Hello. I am here. I said I was 2 hours late. I'm actually 3 hours late. But I'm here, and that's what matters, right, everybody? Right, everybody? Right, Pack? Oh, goodness. So for those of you who have no idea what my day was like, which most of you probably don't, last night I was working till 10 p.m. and then I got home. I worked a full shift and I worked till 10 p.m. Got home, went to sleep, woke up. Honey bun, hi. Woke up at 5:30 in the morning. I didn't get to bed till probably like 12, 1 a.m. Got up, got ready, went to work, showed up for my shift at 8 a.m., and then I got off my shift at 4:30, and I got home around 5-ish, and I have been decompressing ever since. And also been extremely, extremely hyper-focused on trying to get some stuff done in between, like, getting home and... but I figured some cool stuff out. I can play mobile games now on my PC, so I can stream mobile games now. So that's cool. I think there was something else that I figured out, but I can't remember what it is right now. My ADHD brain is all over the place. But regardless of that, welcome back to Higurashi. Also, my mic is nowhere near close to my face. Hi. You could probably hear me a little better now. Welcome back to Higurashi. We are about to finish Arc/Chapter 6. We have 2 more chapters, and then we have the extra, like, chapter at the end, which is usually, like, the party or the, game developers talking about shit. Which I always do because sometimes they say some interesting things, or give some hints at... Tucker, my cat is on my lap. She's trying to headbutt my microphone. No, ma'am. This is my microphone. You can't have it. You can't hurt my microphone. Oh, no worries, no worries. I understand. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pack. I hope you enjoy your stay in Eternia Woods. Yes. But yeah, we're... Honey Bun, thank you for following. We're gonna continue on and see what's going on. When we left off last time, Keiichi was trying to convince Rena that basically that she was insane and that she needed to stop whatever she was doing, trying to accuse everyone, of having this demon disease. And, but she wouldn't listen to him, and basically said, either help me or get the fuck out of my way. So, that's okay. No worries. Yeah. Small girl murder mystery time loop game. Yes. Basically, yes. Yeah, basically. And so, we're still left with the wondering, like, is there actually a demon disease? Is there anything that she's saying that is true? Is she completely, like, hallucinating all of this? Was this just the ramblings of Takano in her notebook? Or is there somewhere a middle ground where, like, okay, some of what she's saying is right, And some of what Keiichi believes is right, but there's more going on that neither of them are seeing somewhere in the middle, which is where I'm guessing. I don't feel like it's like all the way towards what Rena is thinking, but I also don't believe it's completely innocent like Keiichi is thinking. So I think there's a middle ground here, and some information that they don't have that can help us lead to the answer. So we're going to continue on, and I'm going to get to the end of this chapter / arc. By the end of the night, I will stay up. You all might have to, like, keep me awake, but, because I'm very tired after 2 shifts in a row, like, back to back to back, but, I have my snacks, and I have my water, and we're gonna have a good time in Murderland, so let's get started. Back to Hinamizawa we go. Time to see what's gonna happen in this one. Also, for those of you who don't know Higurashi, Higurashi is a psychological horror visual novel. Has its own voice acting and backgrounds and art and music. The backgrounds and voice acting is only in the patch, which I have downloaded, but I do voice the narration parts, so it'll be a lot of, like, reading, and just chilling out, but also there's gonna be some murdering going on, so yes. At lunchtime the next day, I think this is Keiichi talking. Everybody in class was talking about Rena's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everybody else.
Rena wa doko ni ichatta ndarou ne?
I do have my audio on correctly, right?
鬼隠しにあったなんていい加減なことを言ってる連中もいるよ。
And if the music is too loud or too soft, please let me know. Once again. Also my mic. If my mic is good or not, let me know.
まったく。
ケイチさん、今日は元気がありませんでしたよ。
Me. Rika's so damn cute. And yet, she has a little demon in her. Stoka and Rika-chan noticed something odd about my attitude.
俺は
I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Rena told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That sentence bit into my heart, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. I was thinking a lot about that in the first arc, because, like, you know, in this arc, these 2 arcs are not connected at all. They're completely different time loop frames. Time loop frames? Yes. But in the first arc, Rena ended up killing Keiichi because he was suspicious of everybody. And he kept secrets from them because he was scared that they were evil. You know, because he didn't know anything about this town, like, other than, you know, he kept thinking that all his friends were murderers, demons, you know, rightfully so, there were murders happening, and how are you supposed to trust anybody, you know, like, he's new to this town, so, he thought everyone was murderers, and his friends might be evil, and, yeah, Rena basically killed him because he kept keeping secrets from her, which you realize in this arc, that's happened to her a lot in the past. A lot of people have kept secrets from her, and it has caused a lot of emotional strain, like, on her, and she does not let that slide. Like, she will murder if you keep secrets from her, which is not the correct way to go about it, but it gives you more insight as to, like, why that first arc happened. Now, what happened with Mion, I wasn't sure. But I know for 100%, like, what happened with Rena makes more sense now because of this arc here. They explain more of her personality and why she is the way she is. So the whole secretive thing is, like, a big part of her. And that's why she's so mad at him right now, because, you know, they're keeping secrets from each other and they hate it. She hates that.
Mio.
Anyways, spiel over.
Satoko mo, Rika-chan mo.
I do a lot of spiels in this game where I just talk about shit.
話しておきたいことがある。
レナに関すること？
Who else would it be about?
いや、そうじゃない。
Oh, it's
俺
not.
自身についてのことなんだ。
I decided to tell them about it because they were my friends, but I didn't know what I was expecting to change by doing so. They might despise me. Was there any benefit in telling them? No, there wasn't. I knew that for sure. But I still wanted to tell them about it, just because I thought it'd help heal the pain I was feeling.
圭一さんのことですの？
ああ。ちょっと真面目な話なんだ。聞いてほしい。
Oh, yeah, the fact that he kept hitting people with rocks, apparently.
俺が引っ越してくる前のことなんだ。
And he was, like, in and out of the, or he almost went to jail, or he was in and out of, like, juvenile jail. I can't remember.
当時の俺は勉強しか脳のないやつだった。
I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on the other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. I felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Before I knew it, not only was I at the top of my class, I was the top of my school. So I started to think I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them and my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everybody expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself in thinking I deserved to go to that all school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people, while the burden of studying didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness. After a while, my teachers started to push me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes. I was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention. So when I found something that I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. I feel that on a personal level. Because, like, look-wise, like, athletic ability-wise, intelligence, like, all of most categories that you could think of, like, I feel like I am entirely average in. Which, I have, you know, particular people that tell me that that's not a bad thing, that you're extremely well-rounded in that, but I often feel like people don't, like, I have no superior quality because I'm also average in everything, and you want to feel important or that you're special in some way. I feel like everyone feels that way. So, and I feel that completely. It happened to be studying for me, but it was like riding a unicycle or juggling. I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than everybody else. I finished all of my summer homework because my parents praised me for it, and I took charge at school. I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. And that's something too. People, like, are very hard on other people, and they often, like, only tell people when they're doing something wrong, you know, or when they're not doing something that exceeds their expectations. They don't like to comment when people are doing things right. Like, we don't like to give praise, and it's something that's, like, really toxic about our society. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were. Damn, that sucks. So I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence or if I was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. I took an interest in BB guns. At first I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that, but soon I started wanting to do something I should never have done. On the box that my BB gun came in was a warning label that read, "Do not shoot at people." That was when I thought about doing just that. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? Yeah, I feel the same way. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying anymore, but I forced myself to do so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore, but I didn't have the courage to do that. So I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB gun. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was so overcome with studying. He just wanted an outlet. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As long as the kids passed through a deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That was all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started shooting until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. I study a lot. I'm doing something good, so I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good thing I'm doing. Yeah, as a kid, I can understand that mentality. That was the unbelievably selfish excuse I made. I thought I had a right to do things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought people who weren't suffering like I was deserved to be shot at and to get hurt a little bit. Yeah, school is so toxic, honestly. Like, I always felt like, as I said, average. Like, everybody praised, you know, the people that were really good at sports, or the people that were really good at school, or the people that were good at both. In my freaking class's case, they were all good at sports and academics and everything. And I was like, God damn, save something for the rest of us, Jesus. But, like, I just felt like I was, I don't know, average at everything. People would come to me like in the middle if they needed help. They were like, "Oh, I'm gonna go through all these smart people first, and then we're gonna get to you." I'm like, thanks. All right, at least I'm not the dumbest on the totem pole, but still. Yeah. And this is also like one of those things that you have to learn over time. You think, man, like, I don't deserve to be suffering, you know, but other people don't deserve to be suffering either, and to cause suffering on that other person is the worst thing you could do, despite how they are feeling. And he doesn't even know what they're going through in their, like, personal lives, like, if they're suffering or not. He just assumes that they aren't suffering, because when you're suffering, you become blinded to everyone else's, like, circumstances and everyone else's feelings, because you're so, like, in that dark pit. And I get it, man. I've never wanted to, like, hurt anyone, but I get wanting to have an outlet, and I get, like, being jealous or, like, envying other people because you feel like their life is better than yours, or that they're not suffering like you are, and which is not true. Everybody suffers in different ways, and you don't exactly see it all the time, but it does happen. I was so selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at that time, I would have given myself a punch on the face so hard that I'd knock out all my teeth. They started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everyone about the case and to warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. Yeah, college is freaking awful, man. Like, I spent so much money to get a degree, and I can't, like, get a job with it, and it's just socializing and, you know, doing activities, and then, like, doing good in classes. Like, you don't have the time to do all of these things and keep track of your, like, personal shit, too. So, it's just freaking a mess. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in that game I was playing. I didn't think that I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow, dark street all alone. She was a very small girl. I don't know if she was on her way to her friend's house or if she was running an errand. I didn't care which. Rip, man. Rip, man. I know, I feel you. It was careless of her to go out alone. School had warned her not to. So it was her fault. Just like always, I made a selfish excuse. Oh, I did not read that. And attacked her. Some of the shots hit her in the back. She noticed she was being attacked by somebody. She turned around. It was a natural reaction. At that time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot at a kid, she cried in pain and ran away. But this girl was different. She thrashed around in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. The BB had hit her in the eye. Till that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Ooh. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time, I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to a hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. Damn! I wondered if she was okay, and I worried that she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her. I didn't even feel like eating that day. That is fucking awful. Now that I, understand the details of it. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book to my room, and studied the structure of the human eye. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less, even if I found out that she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Before dawn, I woke my parents up and confessed to my sin. They were shocked at first, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically. My dad slapped me in the face till it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself into the police, accompanied by my parents. Stoko stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserve to receive that kind of look. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that.
それ本当ですの?
But there's also, this thing, you don't need to tell your friends everything, you know? I get sometimes, wanting to tell people certain things, but you don't owe everyone an explanation about your life. If there's something you want to keep in your past so you can move forward, that is perfectly okay. You're not, hurting everyone by keeping that in the past, because you're becoming a better person, you know?
ああ、本当だ。今まで隠していて悪かった。
なんでそんなことを今頃になってわざわざ言おうと思ったわけ?
Mion asked me. Rika-chan nodded in agreement.
本音から言うとさ、ケイちゃんどうしたのって感じかね。
まあ、そりゃそうだよな。
違うよ。そんなことわざわざ言い出す必要あったのかなってね。
いや、隠し事をするなんて仲間じゃないよな。俺はみんなのことを仲間だと思ってる。
He felt guilty because Rena found out and then she got really mad that he kept that from her. Even though it literally had nothing to do with her or his relationship to her at all, which I thought was kind of silly of her to get upset about.
だからもう隠してなんかいられなかったんだ。
圭一はそれを僕たちに話して何を期待しているのですか？
期待なんて別にないよ。俺はただ
許しが欲しくても僕にはあげられないのです。圭一が怪我をさせた人たちにしか。それだから僕たちにそれを話しても何の期待にも応えられないのですよ。 リカの言う通りですわね。潔いのは認めますけれど、そんなことを私たちに打ち明けてどうしたいって言うんですの？
どうしたいってことはないよ。ただ仲間に隠し事は。
My friends looked annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took it as a bitter medicine. I got what I deserved.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょいとここで質問なんだけどさ、仲間に隠し事ってしたらいけないわけ？
Personally, I think some secrets are okay to keep from each other. Like, if it's something that hinders your mental health and something that has absolutely nothing to do with the other person, I think that's fine.
え？
Yeah. Rika's not wrong. Most of the time she is right, which is actually pretty scary. Because
ケ
there's
イちゃんの論法
another...
だと隠し事をしないのが仲間みたいな話だけどさ、
there's another side to her that's not quite so nice.
おじさんはそんなの嫌だね。
But there's other sides to her that are nice. So it really just depends on what time you see her? Question mark?
僕も嫌です。
Mion and Rika-chan obviously disagreed with my statement. Stoko nodded, following suit.
言いたくないことを言わないで何が悪いわけ？
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong either. You're right.
人には話したくないことや辛いこと、悲しいこと、失敗したことや思い出したくないことがたくさんある。それを全部打ち明けないと仲間と呼べないんなら、私はそんな仲間はいらないね。
True. I agree.
でもそれじゃあ。
ケイチ、打ち明けなくていいことと打ち明けなくてはならないことは違いますのです。罪は許しを得るために打ち明けなくてはならない。でも打ち明けて許された罪は、もう打ち明ける必要はないのですよ。そうですわね。だってケイチさんはちゃんとおまわりさんのところに行って怒られてきたんでございましょう。
Yeah, it's in the past.
それで償いをして許してもらえたなら、それでケイチさんの罪はおしまいですわよ。
自首してその結果を受け入れたなら、それでケイちゃんのお務めは終わりだよ。もちろんケイちゃんが罪の十字架を背負い続けることはとても大切なこと。二度と過ちを繰り返さないよう常に胸に
It's
刻み続
important
け
that
る
you
のは正しいこと
remind
だよ。
yourself, but don't, like, let yourself feel like a terrible person because you made a mistake. Don't let that sin wear you down. That's the other thing you have to keep in mind.
でもね、それはケイちゃんが自戒することであって、打ち明けなくちゃいけないことではない。
そうですわよ。
Damn, these are some true things being talking about right now.
過去の恥ずかしい話なんかは私も内緒にしたいことがたくさんございましたよ。さとこは特にいっぱいいっぱいありますのです。
Rika's so cute.
私だけじゃございませんのよ。
She lives with Rika now, so that's why she knows a lot about Satoko's embarrassing stories.
リカもですわよ。リカもですわよ。
Me. She's so cute. Stoko and Rika-chan fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and then looked back at me.
今、サトコはとてもいいことを言ったと思う。
Write this down. Get out your journals. Write this down.
ケイちゃんにはどの部分かわかる？
過去の話は内緒にしたいというところか？
違う。その次の部分。誰にだってあるってところだよ。
Goodness. I gotta stay awake.
無菌室の試験管の中で育った人間でもない限り、人の人生は試行錯誤の繰り返しだと思う。いいことも悪いことも、いろいろなことを繰り返して成長して、それで最後の最後に素晴らしい人間になれればいいんじゃない？
I wouldn't say a wonderful person, but your goal is to become the best version of yourself you can be.
いいことも悪いことも、すべてとても大切な経験なんだと思う。それは誰でも同じで、ケイちゃんだけじゃない。私にも、サトコにも、リカちゃんにも。いや、クラスの全員にも当てはまることなんだよ。
えばミーはもっと昔は札付きの悪猫さんだったのですよ。にゃーにゃー。
Meow meow.
まあ本当はあんまり言いたかないんだけどね。私から見ればモデルガンで闇討ちなんてかわいいもんだって。私なんかレンガとか投げつけてたよ。いや
Oh
ほん
my
と
god.
警察に何度お世話になったことやら。
Well, bricks hurt too,
ラ
man.
ム戦争の最中はちょっとした留置場常連だったよ。いやいや本当に。
でも昔のことなのですよ。
But it happened in the past.
そしてそれを圭一に言う必要はないので
Keep
す。
your behind in your past.
仲間であってもなのです。
仲間であっても。
私だってとても言えないような苦い過ちや罪がいくつもあります。でも言わないのは言っても仕方がないからですわ。
言って楽になるなら私たちは聞
Oh,
くよ。
I forgot. I have a chair now. Do you guys want to see my chair? So I can be comfy? I totally forgot about it. I've not been using it at all since I put it in here. Where is my chair? Did I not put it in my Streamlabs? I know I downloaded one. There it is. Look, I have a chair. Probably need to make it a little bigger.
You underestimate my power!
You underestimate my power. Make it a little bit. Ooh, I hate the way it's doing that. It's hard to see the arms because of my hair, but I have a chair, everyone. Haha.
でもね、仲間だから言わなければならないなんてルールはない。むしろ仲間なら言いたくない過去を察してあえて聞かないのが本当の仲間なんじゃない？
Well, actually, the headrest is not on my head. It should be more like this, right? There we go. I can't see the arms at all, but that's okay. Y'all can tell I'm in a chair, right? Got the backrest and... My hair's just so dang floofy.
それはそうだけど。
ケイちゃんが打ち明けて楽になったならそれでいいよ。私たちは今日の話をすぐにでも忘れる。それに今日の話を聞いたからケイちゃんとの接し方を変えるようなこともない。
圭一が前の町でしたことなんて今の圭
Exactly.
一と
That is
何の
what
関係
I
も
was
ないのです。
saying.
今の圭一が僕たちにとってかけがえのない仲間であるのなら前の町のこと、理科の言う通りでございますわ。逆に前の町でどんなに善行を積もうともこちらに来て嫌な人だったなら前の町の善行なんかしたことじゃありませんわね。
Mm-hmm. That's true.
ってことはさ、ケイちゃん、前の町での十字架はケイちゃんが密かに胸に秘めることであってこっちでわざわざ口にする必要なんてないんじゃない？いや、仮に口にしてもだ。それでケイちゃんの味方を変える程度のやつだったら私はそいつの方を見下げるね。
過去が何だろうと今が素晴らしい人間であるならばどうして恥じることがございますの？もし過去の過ちを一生取り戻せなかったら私たちは何のために生き続けますの？聡子は過去にとても甘えん坊さんでした。それを後悔して 今はこんなにも元気で頑張っていま
She
す
is
の
a
です。
strong girl.
だから僕は今の聡子はとても素晴らしいと思いますです。
I wouldn't say independent, but she's definitely a lot stronger than she used to be.
昔どうだったかなんて僕は興味ないのです。リカ、
ケイちゃんだってどうよ。例えば私が留置場常連の札付きだとしたら、私への見方を変える？変えないでしょ。私は私。いつものように楽しくふざけ合える関係は何も変わらないでしょ。それが仲間ってもんだもん。
What's going on? Miona's trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile on her face, but her expression became distorted all of a sudden. Big teardrops fell from my eyes. What? Why am I crying?
先に言っとく。俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。みんなが隠してたからな。
隠してたってわけじゃ。
Oh yeah, he did talk about that, didn't he?
毎年起こる事件のこと隠してたろ。
それはケイちゃんを
怖がらせたくなかったってのか？それが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ。
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
Miona didn't know what to say. She had tears in her eyes. She thought she did me a favor. She didn't know I had turned out like this. Yeah, I know, right? 40 parts in, you think I'd finish, but phew, it's a long-ass series. And I've not been, like, playing it every week, and I also took a hiatus for a while, so she didn't want to make me scared of the village since I just moved here. What more reason did she need?
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよな。ミオンはないって言ったじゃないか。バラバラ殺人があったのによ。嘘つき野郎。
ごめん、嘘ってわけじゃ。
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ。そうだろ。じゃあお前らは仲間じゃない。
What are friends? What are friends? What were friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were so nice to me and helped me feel at home in this village. I couldn't have been happier. Listen, buddy, I don't need your negativity, okay? Get out of here. Get out of here. Everything was great, wasn't it?
ケイちゃん、そんなのって。
Mion seemed like she didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. It's hard to believe she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. She looked so sad, but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the word friends, but I didn't do anything like what friends were supposed to do.
そうだった。俺はクズだったんだ。ミオンはミオンだったんだ。俺の最高の仲間だったんじゃないか。どうしてミオンを疑っちまったんだ。どうして。
ケイちゃんさ、最近元気ないよね。
都会から引っ越してきたんだもん。
Oh, that's like the old Mion model.
きっと今頃になって疲れが出てきたんだよ。それで風邪をひいたんじゃないかな。
そっかそっか。じゃあ栄養をつけさせてあげないとね。バッチャが今日おはぎを作ってるんだよ。いくつか分けてもらってケイちゃんへのお見舞いにでもしてあげるか。
こんなミオン手を洗んとね。おいやレナちゃん、一つやってるんかい。
へえ、おはぎ作りって面白そうですね。レナも一つだけ作らせてもらおうかな。よいしょ、よいしょ。
そうだそうだ、いいこと思いついたよ。
なにみーちゃん。その小瓶何かな。
甘いおはぎだけじゃ退屈しちゃうだろうからね。うち一つにはクリティカルヒットでタバスコを混ぜておいてあげよう。
That's right, that's what happened. They brought Ohagi for me to help me get better. They only tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? Just because Mio knew I had lunch at Angel Mort, I grew terrified of her.
圭一くん、顔色悪いよ。もう横になった方がいいと思うな。
そうだね。私たちはもう帰ろう。
He just wanted to cheer me up with a joke. Because I looked so serious.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
Please get better soon. I hope we can hang out in the club together tomorrow. That was a normal way of saying goodbye.
明日、学校休んじゃ嫌だよ。
First of all, have I ever visited any of my classmates who were absent with a cold? No, I haven't. I've never done such a nice thing to anybody because it's too much of a bother. But they did that for me. I understand visiting a friend in a hospital, but I just caught a cold. But they came to visit me with Ohagi so that I could get better soon. I should have been thankful to them and said I'll get better soon and I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow. So I'll see you then. That was what I was supposed to say. What did I do instead? I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. What was I so scared of? What was I so afraid of? Why didn't I say any words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was just so scared of the Ohagi they brought for me. What was I thinking? It's possible there was a needle in one of them. Oh, it is related. Okay. There wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head because I had read some manga about someone putting needles or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could also happen to me for some reason. I thought there was a needle in the Ohagi. But it wasn't Ohagi in the first arc. It was mochi. They had made mochi for him. And they did put a needle in it in that one. You were so stupid, Keiichi. But this also makes you think how much of that was just his mind playing tricks on him. Like, you know, how much of his mind was, like, perceiving them in a way that they actually weren't trying to be. You were so stupid, Keiichi. Why would your friend put a needle in the food they only brought to help to make you get better? It was crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought that it was some kind of mistake. I should have believed in my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do, but what did I do? Pound, splatter, smash. I threw the Ohagi they spent so much effort making on the floor. Why? Why did I do that? I got along so well with them. I moved to Hinamizawa and I made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I'd probably never have another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared and I doubted them. They noticed that I was acting odd. That's why they called the manager Irie. I'm gonna check something really quick. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Ken. How you doing, bro? I thought a sedative might help me relax so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. You know, just wanted to make it fun. She's the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. She knew Irie would roll up my shirt to check my heartbeat with a stethoscope. So she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt, just like she did to Tomoitaki-san as punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home because she just wanted to do something funny. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me because that's just what Mion is like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house just because she wanted to cheer me up. Rena held me down tightly and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered those words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them. I heard them clearly. I heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. I heard them, then why? I should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. Then why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? Why did I think that Mion was going to kill me? It was impossible. It was impossible. Why? 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 So is he remembering, like, a past loop? Because or is he, or are these loops, like, blending together? Because he's, like, remembering stuff that happened in the first arc. But these arcs are separate. No, I'm just talking out loud. I don't expect any of you all to have the answers. I'm just talking out loud. And I'm doing okay. I'm pretty tired. I talked about my day earlier. I basically worked like 16 hours almost in a row. So I'm pretty tired, but I started streaming late because of that. But I am gonna try to finish this chapter, so. Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? The numbness in my head receded, and slowly I felt blood start to run through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down there? For a few minutes? Or a lot longer than that? As I looked up at the clock, the hands weren't moving at all, as if they had stopped while I had my eyes closed. I took a few hours between my shift and this stream. I was, like, looking at shit, but I took a bath and, like, ate dinner and stuff, so I had a little bit of recoup time. But that's why I was late to stream. The hands were moving as if they had stopped while I had my eyes closed. Really? The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, but it was quiet and gray. Rena wasn't holding me down. Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all of that just some kind of illusion? There was no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience, the kind I've never had before. I was there with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the same time I felt some kind of relief, too. That scary incident was just an illusion after all. Was it, though? Because we had a whole arc about it. Was it really just an illusion? I mean, and he died at the end. Was that an illusion too? Was the murder that happened an illusion too? I feel like there's something in between here that's going on. Neither Rena nor Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. Why? It wasn't a question of why tears were forming in my eyes. Why? It was a question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know. I was so stupid. What the hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much, she was my best friend. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying down in an unnatural position near the window. She was covered in dusky red blood from her head to her chest. The red fluid splattered on the wall was Mion's. Wait, what? What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself.
みんなのこと、本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
What? Why did all of this happen? There was nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only ever about my chances of passing the entrance exams at the school we wanted to go to. My life was shaded in gray. What? Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie with for a school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch, our club activities, and the festival. A warm liquid flowed out from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them, but I couldn't stop it. Even though they attempted to kill me, even though they almost killed me, I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Was it an act that they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed that they were my friends? It couldn't be. Rena and Mion, they were my friends for real. These happy days couldn't have just been a performance. Rena and Mion must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or that an extraordinary existence called Oyashiro-sama possessed them and took over their consciousnesses. No matter what it was, both Rena and Mion were my best friends. Weren't we just in the classroom talking to all of them? And wasn't he just saying that they didn't do anything to him, but apparently they did? What's happening? I was stupid. I was such a fool. Such a fool. Such a fool. Such a fool. It wasn't making any sense at all. You're really not making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. You killed them? They were my best friends. I did not see this scene, sir. Then why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. I felt like everybody went crazy except for me. I was such a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy.
Kei-chan?
What? What? Was this a freaking daydream he was having about a different time loop? Where he killed them? Was that the scene at the very beginning of the first arc? Or was it a completely different scene? I don't know.
俺はなんてことをしてしまったん
They're
だよ
right there. What do you mean you killed them?
なんてこと
Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her. Oh, he's recalling things that are happening in different worlds, different loops. But why does he have that memory? But that's a memory from a non-existent different world. But even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion. I didn't realize how deep that sin was. I even thought until now that Mion was at fault for being killed.
どうしたんですの、ケイチさん。
But in that reality, they were trying to kill him. And they did succeed. Rena actually killed him. But there must have been another one where he killed them first before they got to him. And that's what would have happened there. But we haven't seen that scene. So that's another reality we haven't seen.
わかんない。
But why is he remembering that right now?
ケイちゃん、落ち着いて落ち着いて。私は生きてるよ。ケイちゃんになんか殴り殺されてたまるかってんの。ねえ。
そうですわよ。ケイチさんごときに遅れを取るようなのは我が部にはおりませんでしたよ。
違うんだ違うんだ
Mion and Satoko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying. But I couldn't help myself. I learned just now that I could earn redemption by confessing my sin, but I could never earn redemption for this, not from Mion. No matter how much I cried in this world, nobody could give me forgiveness. And so I could never earn redemption for this sin. Right then, Chie-sensei came in and noticed me crying. You wouldn't see a teenage boy crying like that very often. Chie-sensei asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satoko looked confused. They didn't know how to explain the situation. Riki-chan approached me in the midst of my sobs.
ケイチは覚えているのですか。
She knows everything.
レナとミーを殺したことを。
そうだ俺が殺したんだ殺したんだなのに俺は何の罪も認めずにまるで自分は被害者のつもりで
Damn.
死ぬ最後の瞬間まで仲間を呪って恨んで
So now the time loops are like starting to meld together.
血がいっぱい出てそして結局何の後悔もなく一人で勝手に死んだ
I clawed at my itchy throat in a phone booth. I didn't notice my sin, and I died alone.
ケイチ、あなたの罪に気づきましたのですか。
気づいたこんなにも今頃になって 俺は気づいたよ。ここじゃない。別のよく似た世界で。俺はなぜか仲間たちに疑心暗鬼を持って殺してしまったんだ。仲間たちは俺に救いの言葉をかけていたはずなんだ。なぜそれに耳を傾けられなかった。どうしてだよ。
Damn, he's losing his mind. I didn't care if people were staring. I just kept crying. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze it out of me. But the tears that were coming out from my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At that time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika-chan patting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika-chan. But the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort.
ケイイチを許しましょう。ケイイチは自分で自分の罪に気づきましたのです。それはとても偉くて普通ではありえないことなのです。だから誰もケイイチの偉さがわからなくてそれを許してあげることはできませんのです。でも僕にはそれを許すことができます。僕にはケイイチの凄さがわかるのです。
リカちゃん、
私はこれがだって
Oh, my bad.
これはありえないことなのだもの。あなたが別の自分の罪に気づくなんて、なのにあなたはそれに気づけた。それはきっとこの地上に具現するどんな奇跡すらも霞むほどのもので、信じられないくらいに尊いもの。
I didn't understand anything Rika-chan was saying, but I felt like she's the only one who understood the impossible memory I had.
なら
She probably is.
今のあなたにならわかるはず。リュウグウレナがどういうことになっているのか。
Wait, what?
ああ、わかるぜ。あの時の俺と同じなんだ。
What? She's remembering murdering them?
仲間のことを信じたくてしょうがないのに信じられないんだ。どんどん自分がおかしくなっていくのにそいつがわからなくて世界の方がおかしくなったって信じてやがるんだ。どうすりゃ救えるかなんてわからねえよ。わからないんだ。だって俺はダメだった。結局死ぬまで。いや。
But there is something going on because someone was murdered. Like, we don't know exactly what's going on, but there are people clawing their throats out and being murdered. So, it's not all sunshine and rainbows.
死んでも気づけなかったんだ。それをレナに気づかせるなんてどうやって。救えないよ。救えない。俺がそうだったからよくわかるんだ。どうやったってもう救えないんだ。
Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail, but that didn't mean Rena would too. There was no excuse not to save her because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rena do back then? I was totally mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room in that world, I had beaten her many times with a metal bat. Ooh, but she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. Damn. I beat her so many times. Her arms were broken and her forehead was cut open. I remembered. Rena didn't block her head. Even at the very last moment, she opened her arms towards me, like she was looking for a hug. But I still doubted her, raised the metal bat up high. Rena told me then that it was okay.
私を信じて。
My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her, but I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed. She didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. Rena continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please, trust me. She risked her life to save me. Till her very last moment, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so long, I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong.
リカちゃんに許してもらえて少し心が軽くなった。でもやっぱり俺の罪は同じ形で滅ぼさなきゃならないんだ。レナの目は俺が覚ます。
Rena risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. She believed that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rena died for me. I can die for her too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Rena might be different.
この世界はもうおかしくなっちまった。
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is.
だからといって諦めていいなんてことはねえんだよな。諦めるってことは信じないってことだ。俺はレナを仲間の絆を信じるぜ。
Let me write that down. That is very insightful, sir. Quitting is the same thing as not believing. Damn. Damn. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You can't just drop those words of wisdom on me all of a sudden. Damn. I believe in Rena and our friendship.
だか
Wow.
らまだ間に合うんだ。
Wow.
惨劇は回避できる。運命には抗える。俺たちはあがく。そして掴めるんだ。その先の未来ってや。
Rika-chan nodded with a serious look on her face, and she put her hand in the pocket of her skirt.
圭一、私も諦めない。この世界から希望を失ってたまるものか。私はだから世界がおかしくなることに諦めを感じるようになってた。だからもうレナがどうなろうと知ったことではないと
She did, didn't she?
夕べ思った。でもそれは間違いだった。戦おうとする意志がこんなにも美しく神々しくて、そして運命すらねじ曲げかねない奇跡が起こせることを知った。
Hi, Ren.
だから私はあなたと共に戦おう。もう一度戦おう。何度でも戦おう。その先の未来に至れるまで。
I'll keep fighting until I reach the future. Wow. Damn, somebody write down these quotes. Holy crap.
リカとケイチさんが何の話をしてるのかさっぱりわかりませんでしたよ。覚えていないのは当然なのです。
But nobody else remembers but them.
ケイチがすごいだけなのですよ。
That's why he's our main character, because he can remember things from different timelines.
私の高尚な脳みそではさっぱりでしたよ。
Rika-chan touched Satoko's forehead to her. Ren, god damn it! That's not what I meant! You know it! Touched Satoko's forehead to hers.
でもいつかは思い出してあげてください。
There's still a character we haven't met yet, too.
あなたが抗えぬ不幸の袋小路に囚われた時、ケイチはあなたを救おうと全身全霊をかけて戦ってくれたこと。
He really did.
ケイチさんがですの？
Mm-hmm.
眉唾でございますわ。
Arc 3.
ね、ケイチ。
Rika-chan looked at me, smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. No, I was sure I'd risk my life for her. He absolutely did. He did everything he could to try to save her, and still somehow lost her. Satoko is my friend. If anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation. I'd risk my life to save her. Excuse me. Might even have been a world like that. I nodded to Rika-chan. Rika-chan nodded back to me, looking happy.
前原くん、何かありましたか?
So I guess that's why Rika was acting so, like, crazy or cold before. Is because, the world kept destroying itself, and she was just tired of it, so she just started stopping caring. Kia-sensei realized that I'd finally calmed down, and she asked me that.
いえ、なんでもないんです。騒がせてすみませんでした。
But why hasn't she found a way to fix it yet, though?
それより、ミオ。
There has to be, like, something, like, really special you have to do to be able to fix it. She can't just do it so easily.
何?
I walked towards her. Mion stepped back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard.
何, Kyo-chan?
Yeah, I am sleepy. I worked a lot these past 2 days.
マジな顔でどうしたの?
Huggies! I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following.
すまなかった。本当にすまなかった。
何がよ、ケイちゃん。おじさん、本当に何のことかわかんないよ。
わかんなくてもいい。わかんなくてもいい。わかんなくてもいいから。聞いてくれ。本当にすまなかった。そして、おはぎ。うまかったぜ。本当にうまかった。元気が出た。だから、俺、明日からちゃんと学校に通えるから、また明日も、学校で会おうなって。今日まで、感謝の言葉が遅れて、本当にすまなかった。俺はミオンを、いや、仲間を誰だろうと、二度と疑わない。二度とだ。絶対にだ。だからミオン、あの日の俺をどうか許してくれ。
Oh my god. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Is Keiichi unliving right now? That's a good question. Of course I didn't either. I actually don't know. I don't know what's actually going on. I just know they're going through loops of traumatic events in this town. I didn't understand what I was talking about, but my sin wasn't forgiven yet. I needed to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness.
ミオンが命を懸けてくれたことを俺は知ってる。だからいつかミオンに何かの不幸が訪れたら、俺は絶対に命を懸けて助けるからな。絶対だ。
ケイちゃん、照れるな。
Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Stoko was blushing too, with a confused look on her face. Rika-chan and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept the tragedy. We couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. We were going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Rena fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Rena. Just like she did for me. I was going to risk my life to save her. Yes! Do it! Do it, Keiichi! Let's go! Let's go! Main character taking up his role! Finally. He's not a useless main character anymore. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibon City. When a black car stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They were welcomed by Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you don't see every day. Hey yo! It's Oishi-san! I love this dude. He's such a, like, odd enigma. Because sometimes he's your best friend, sometimes he's your worst enemy, but no matter what side he's on, you always gotta be wary of him, because he is a sly old fox, man. He knows how to get information.
お客人、ご案内いたします。どうぞこちらへ。
There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Oishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscape garden and they came to the gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. Ooh. That's Mion's mom. A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. He's not a fox girl. He's a fox boy, guy, man, I don't know. Upon seeing the police officer, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane.
いや、どうもどうも、園崎社長さん。本日はお招きをいただきありがとうございます。
I love cat girls. What's wrong with cat girls?
ようこそいらっしゃいました。
I think cat girls are the cutest, if you ask me.
ご多忙中のはるばるのお越し、心より感謝いたします。
いえいえ、今日はごちそうになりますよ。
So, they're still cute.
ここの料亭は湯葉が有名ですからね。
Honestly, I could see a million cats and a million girls and a million cat girls, and I would still never have enough.
どんなごちそうか楽しみです。それから葛西さんもお久しぶり。直接会うのはだいぶ久しぶりになりますね。
ご無沙汰をいたしております。
Well, shame on you. Shame on your preferences.
まあなんかこの度はお互い戦争状態に突入しちゃってるようですが、白黒を穏便に大人のルールに従って決着できたらと思ってます。こっちゃ全面戦争はいつでも大丈夫ですんで。
いえ、そのようなつもりは毛頭。
I'm sorry, I'm a cat mom. I have to stick up for my kitties, man.
そりゃこちらもやりたかないです。あんたが粘ると血の雨が降るって評判ですからね。私もいい年なんで、もう流血沙汰はごめんしたいところです。
Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in their words indicated that it wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting.
それではご案内いたします。どうぞこちらへ。
主催自らのご案内、痛み入りますよ。
そうそう。招待状の名前は私で出させていただきましたが、今日の主催は本家でございます。訳あって招待状の名前を変えさせていただいたことをお詫びいたします。
本家。防弾チョッキを着に戻ってもいいですかね。ね。
Her komodo is super pretty, by the way. On the other side of the door, there were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one of them. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both the police and the corps members in black suits.
これはどうも、園崎家の次期当主のお嬢さん。今日はお招きくださり光栄です。
Don't cry. It's okay.
本日はようこそお越しくださいました。まずはおかけになってください。
Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunting even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look, then tapped on the door. The waitresses who had been waiting behind the door started bringing out drinks.
おいさん、一体こりゃ何のつもりっすかね。
さてね。まあ、ここは舌鼓を打たせてもらいましょう。ここの湯葉は有名ですよ。
I've never even heard of dried bean curd. Is that the same as like the red bean paste, or is that completely different? Because that's the only thing I know that's even similar. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mio made the waitresses and the other members of the Sonozaki Corps leave the room, and soon only Oishi and his subordinates, my eyes, Mio, Akane, and Kase were left in the room.
さて。今日はどういうお話ですかね。
Why are we here today? Well, someone was murdered. Two people, actually. Akane nodded and began speaking.
本日は皆さんとの間に生じている誤解について説かせていただきたく。
ほう、誤解と申しますと。
発端はとてもさまつでございます。ここにいる葛西が竜宮レナとの個人的事情により会見を求めたのです。よってこの度の件は葛西達義と竜宮レナ個人間のこと。
Ah, okay, so it's about them specifically.
その崎組は関与しておりません。
個人的事情って何ですかね。片木の竜宮さんと極道の葛西さんにどういう個人的な接点が生じるっていうんです。
葛西。
はい、僭越ながらご説明させていただきます。
Well, you see, she walked up to me in a bar one day and said, "Hey, I would like your help, sir." Kase told the police officers that he happened to meet Rena at the coffee house in Okinomiya. Sorry, it wasn't a bar, it was a coffee house. He explained that Rena found something he lost there and that she offered to bring it back to him.
ちょいと無理がございませんかね。まあ100歩譲って落とし物の話を信じてもいいですよ。
That's what she said, but she really just wanted to get his attention for some reason. I forgot actually why. I think so she could find out some information, but it's been a while. I've totally forgotten.
その後がちょいとおかしくないですかね。竜宮レナを探して組の若い連中が動員されてるって聞いてますよ。
それに関しましては、この
I
私
think
め
I
の
have
手
an
打ちで
eyelash
ご
in
ざい
my
ます。
eye. Why is that like the worst thing ever? Ugh.
竜宮レナさんが遅くになっても帰宅されないのを家人が心配されていたので、繁華街で見かけていることがないかどうか若い者に聞かせたのですが、その際に手違い。
おうおうおう、こんな割烹まで呼び出してそのヨタ話を信じろっての。
Wait. Was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake.
あんた、うちらの商売をなめてんの？ん？
Uchi looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did, right? Uchi threatened them with a nasty smile, and it piled all the more tension onto the atmosphere in the room.
おいさん、まあまあ。
Kumagai tried to make him stand down. Officers with hot tempers pair with others who are good at calming them down, just like how Yakuza do. Uchi backed off with a grin. Kumagai took over, continuing from there.
それで、園崎家さんはどう
So
おっし
how
ゃり
they
たいわ
assign
けで
their
すか。
partners?
竜宮レナと葛西達義の個人的問題だから民事に介入するなとおっしゃりたいわけで、そういうわけにはいきません。竜宮レナは警察で保護させていただきます。
Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while.
警察は竜宮レナを保護なさる理由をお聞かせください。
そりゃ決まってるじゃないかよ。あんたらが狙ってるからだよ。
Oishi answered bluntly. Mion remained nonchalant. It must have made him all the more annoyed.
どうして東方が竜宮レナを狙っているとお思いで？
そりゃあんたの胸に聞きゃいいだろう。ご自分のその胸に。
大石さん、本日は皆さんの誤解を解くための会合です。もちろん耳を貸されないのもまたご自由かとは存じますが、聞いた。
ほう。
Oh, I keep
我
skipping
々が
things. I
何
got
の
trigger
誤解
finger.
をしていると？
竜宮レナの持っている高野美代のスクラップ帳についてある重大な誤解をされております。
The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden she had gone straight to the point.
竜宮レナの保護は彼女が高野美代のスクラップ帳を持っているからなのではございませんか？
Mishina's subordinates glared back at her without saying a word, making it obvious that her guess was right.
葛西
Akane gave him a look, then he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase. Every one of the officers assumed that there was a tremendous amount of money in that suitcase and that the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Kasei opened the suitcase and showed the contents to the police.
これは
高野美代のスクラップ帳です。
Oh!
残念ながら竜宮レナに手渡したと思われるものは含まれておりません。これを本日の魚にいたそうかと思います。
中身を拝見させていただ
So
い
she
ても
had
構
more
いま
than
せん
one?
か？
ええ、どうぞ。お話はそれを読んでいただいた後で構いません。必要でしたら人払いもさせましょう。
いえ、それには及びません。
Cops produced latex gloves in their pockets, put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. Oh my god! There were more than 10 of them in there. So she must have had like a dozen or more.
それらは高野美代の死亡の際に沖宮の自宅から発見したものです。
Oishi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks.
これ間違いなく高野美代のなんでしょうね。
間違いありません。
おいさ、もしこれらに類するものを竜宮レナが持っているとするなら、
おそらくは竜宮レナが持つスクラップ帳もそれらに類する内容でしょう。
Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbooks. He started turning pages faster, then closed the scrapbook roughly.
ここにあるスクラップ帳、全部がこんな中身なんですか？
ええ、そうですよ。納得ゆくまでご覧ください。
The other officers also rapidly turned the pure pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another and flipped through the pages roughly.
おいさ、こんなのめちゃくちゃです。たちの悪いオカルト小説ですよ。冥界と現世が激突して霊魂が流入した。これを証拠として採用しろって言うんすか？
ああ、そっちは冥界の仕業なんだ。俺のは地底人の仕業って書いてあるよ。
This one is about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one is about the legacy of the Mu continent. This one is about the Aussie, the mysterious creature in Origafuchi's swamp.
おそらく竜宮レナが持つスクラップ帳には皆さんもよくご存知の寄生虫説が記されているのだろうと察します。
So she is writing occult novels. Police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they really believed in the story of the parasite, let alone... They never really believed the story of the parasite, let alone the bioterrorism, but Oishi had believed it and told them he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume the contents of one scrapbook were no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. So maybe she was right in this particular arc. Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him. But now that he was actually looking for it, it was too difficult to ignore. Mio Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onegafuchi, but Rena took them seriously, and so had Oishi. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oishi glared at them and they stopped laughing. The main reason Oishi took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Rena Ryugu for the scrapbooks she had. Plus, Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of those two reasons, he believed in that occult B novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help him solve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him.
いくつかお聞きしたい。高野美代はどうして？
高野美代についても富武二郎についても、当家では一切関知しておりません。
そりゃそう言うだろうな。自分のことを嘘つきという嘘つきがこの世にいるわけはない。
あらあら大石さん、当家で始末したなら死体が出るとお思いで。
That's true too. Mion wore a cold smile. She had said too much. Akane cleared her throat as if to condemn the statement. That made Mion shut her mouth. Oishi glared at the young successor. But he knew she was right.
じゃあ、竜宮レナをなんで追ってるんだよ。
初めから追っていないと申し上げております。確かにそう見えてしまう誤解が生じたことはこちらのミスです。その点につきましては私よりお詫びさせていただきます。
The reasons which made Oishi take Rena's delusion seriously collapsed one by one. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak. She did so firmly.
当家からのお願いを申し上げさせていただきます。当家ではこのような世まいごとの内容に踊らされて警察と事を交えるのは望むところではありません。伝え聞くところでは県警防対本部の三海氏が公安部と調整をされていると聞いております。何かのさまつな口実をきっかけに当家に関連する全てに対し一斉捜査を入れられるおつもりとか。
They had been at Oishi's request. Oishi took Rena's story seriously and he wanted to find the research facility that was developing the parasite. He was intending to use it as the proof of the potential bioterrorist attack. But as he had no idea where to stop looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture, in cooperation with the task force for gang groups and public safety. Normally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, public safety doubted Oishi's source because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted their information network. But Oishi took advantage of his long career and his old friends, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's face broke out in a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong.
当家もダム戦争の当時はいろいろとご迷惑をおかけいたしましたが、すでにそんな中、当家もまた弱きを助け、強きをくじく任教団体でありながらも、時代に即した平和的な路線を模索しているところです。そんな中、警察の一斉捜査を頂戴しては、手前どもの面目が丸つぶれでございます。
あんたんとこの面目なんて知ったことじゃないよ。叩きゃ誇りが出るんだ。一斉捜査は決行しますよ。
誇りが出れば結構ではございますが、出なかった場合、いくら大石さんといえど決して軽んじれない責任問題に発展するかと存じますが。
上等だよ。牛と全面戦争するか。
それをお望みでしたらそれもまたよろしいかと。どうかお気が済むようお仕事をなされてくださいませ。 当家はいつでも受けて立ちますので。
Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than Mion. Oishi couldn't back out now, but he knew it was a fight he couldn't win. Kumagai buttled in and tried to calm him down.
一斉捜査を控えることに対する見返りは
Mion answered this time.
双方の友好の証として、そのスクラップ帳を皆さんに献上いたします。そのスクラップ帳があれば、まだ高野美代を出しに矛先を引っ込めることもできましょう。
These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Oishi could show people his scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. He might have to take responsibility for it, but if he didn't back off now, there'd be no doubt that he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was going to back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. If he made such a huge mistake right before his retirement, people who'd been looking for a chance for revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. If they cut his base salary, there's no way he could avoid a big reduction. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit mistakes at his age. He grimaced with anger.
あとはクマちゃんに任すわ。ちょっと飲みすぎちゃったみたいです。私はちょいと縁側で夜風に当たってきます。失礼。
Yushi stood up quickly and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door that Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth.
園崎家さんの言い分は了解いたしました。警察としても一斉捜査が及ぼす各業界への影響は本意ではなく、それによって小競り合いを誘致することもまた本意ではありません。よって市内の平穏を維持するため、今後とも警察と園崎家で連携していくことを確認したいと思います。よってこの度の一斉捜査は見送らせていただきます。
ありがとうございます。園崎家当主お領に代わりまして深く御礼申し上げます。
約束に従い、このスクラップ帳は警察でお預かりします。それから条件が2つ。
賜ります。
1点目は、この場にないスクラップ帳を園崎家が入手した場合速やかに警察に提出すること。2点目は、リュウグウレナの身柄を確保した場合速やかにその身柄を警察に引き渡すこと。
2点目は認められません。
Slyly.
リュウグウレナは妄想に取りつかれた一少女に過ぎません。当家で速やかに身柄を確保した上でしかるべき治療を受けられる医療機関を手配します。これは当人の権利でもあります。
その点につきましては当方も主張を引けません。当方には高野殺しを含めてリュウグウレナに尋問する権利があります。重要参考人としてです。容疑者としてではありません。
Akane whispered to Mion. Mion in turn nodded and began to speak.
わかりました。2点目の条件を了承します。ただし当方からも条件を追加します。
Oh my god. We raise your condition with another condition.
リュウグウレナの権利保全のため当家から弁護士を派遣します。リュウグウレナへの尋問はすべて弁護士立ち会いの下で行うこと。
了解しました。ただし園崎家からの弁護士が意図的に派遣されないことによる妨害は認めません。警察はリュウグウレナの身柄を確保した後直ちに尋問を開始します。
当家も問題ありません。ただしリュウグウレナの身柄確保時には直ちに当家へ連絡をすること。
可能な限り早く連絡するようにいたします。
Akane cut in.
尋問をあらかた終えてから電話されても困ります。身柄を確保した時点でご連絡をお願いします。ここいらは互いを信頼した上での善意の取り決めでございます。どうか夢保護にされることがないようよろしくお願い申し上げます。
わかりました。双方による善意の取り決めです。遵守に誠心誠意努力いたします。
Akane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very, very calm. He was always in the shadow of Uishi, who was loud and noisy, but he had as much guts as his superior did. Uishi was good at taking care of matters. Hi, Bread. In a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended and the police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room had finally ceased. It's not morning yet, buddy. Not for me. Kasai put the scrapbooks back in the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. In about an hour it will be. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodding lightly, and took what was offered him.
イタリー製の最高級カバンです。
Go to sleep then.
今日のお土産に含まれますので、どうかお持ちになってくださいませ。
いえ、お約束ではスクラップ帳のみをお預かりすることになっております。カバンは後日、園崎組事務所へお返しに
Then
伺
go
わせて
back
いただ
to
きます。
sleep. It's too early.
それでは失礼します。園崎家当主お涼さんにもどうかよろしくお伝えください。
The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt.
いやー、肩が凝っちゃったよ。お母さんがやってくれればよかったのに。
バカだね。あんたの方が肩書きが上なんだよ。
あらあら。
こういうのは年じゃなくて肩書きなの。葛西、中井に行ってビールでも持ってこさせて。あと外の若いのも呼び入れて何か冷たいのを振る舞ってやりな。
ビールだけでよろしいですか？
ああ、この子はダメ。オレンジジュースでも頼みな。
子供扱いして。肩書きが上でも全然大人扱いしてもらってないよ。
いくつになってもでっかい子供だよあんたは。それはそうと今回の一件、お父さんがだいぶ手回ししてくれてるんだよ。よーく感謝しときな。葛西もね。あんたも片木と会うときはもうちょい気を利かせな。
みっともない限りです。
しかしさ、あの大石をコケにするとはレナちゃんもやるじゃない。あんたの友達はつくづく大物が多いね。
Well, Rena actually believes it's true.
今度ぜひ母さんにも紹介してよ。お芝居でも一緒に見に行きたいね。葛西、今度レナちゃんに会ったらぜひそう伝えておいてよ。その時また物騒な話を吹き込むんじゃないよ。
もちろん分かってます、姉さん。
With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takano's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't grow any larger. The only remaining problem was Rena. Where could she be hiding? That's gonna be the end of the chapter. Maybe? No, apparently not. Okay, we're gonna keep going. How long is this chapter? Before I went to bed, I headed to my window to close the curtain. I saw the shadow of a person near the porch. Who could it be so late? Well, I didn't have to guess who it was. There was only one person I knew who might come see me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully this time. I was right. There she is. It was Rena. She was just standing still under the light. I wonder how long she'd been there for. It didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. She was just standing there. Seemed to be asking herself whether to ring the doorbell or not. For how long she had been hesitating in front of my door. It looked like standing was giving her a hard time. She looked very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Rena looked surprised to see me, even though I came out after making a lot of noise.
Rena! Rena!
She looked relieved to see me for a moment, but then she soon glanced downward and looked sad again.
お前、いつからここに突っ立ってたんだよ。
わかんない。夕方、ちょっと過ぎくらいからだったと思う。
Rena must have been standing somewhere outside for the last 2 days at the very least. It wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. She'd been in a state of high tension the whole time, believing that someone was trying to kill her. Rena looked utterly exhausted. She seemed to have taken care of that deep scratch she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aids. Band-aids had cute pictures, but that only made the wound on her neck look more painful. I saw some band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body too, and I could tell she made them herself. She had more scars than she had last night.
とにかく中に入ろう。この2日間、ろくなものを食べてないんだろ。
When I tried to take her in the house, she refused with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to go in the house, it was more like she had to refuse because she thought she didn't deserve it.
もうね、ダメなの。今のこの瞬間も、私の全身の中で変なのがざわざわ騒いで、かゆくて、かゆくて、溢れ出しそうなの。
なあ、レナ。多分それは何かの病気なんだ。とりあえず今夜は俺の家で休んで、明日の朝一番で監督の診療所へ行ってみないか。監督ならレナの微妙な立場を分かってくれるから、誰にも内緒で診察してくれるよ。
自分でも分かるんだよ。富武さんがどういう最後を遂げたか。私は必死にそれを我慢しているだけ。
Rena believed she was given some kind of suspicious drug that made her claw at her neck to death, just like Tomitake-san did. She had convinced herself that it was going to happen. She wouldn't hear anything else right now. But she really wanted someone to help her. She wanted help, but when somebody tried to give her a hand, it looked like the hand of the devil. This was some kind of disease, what a horribly depressing disease it was.
私ね、どういう最後になるかわからないけど、多分もうそんなに長くないと思うの。
そんなことねえさ。無敵の部活メンバーリュウグウレナがそんな程度でくたばるかよ。
ありがとう。それでね、死んじゃう前に圭一君にどうしても謝りたかったの。
謝る？何をだよ。
私昨日すごくいけないことを言って圭一君を傷つけた。
She must be talking about last night. She trusted me, but when Oishi-san told her about my past, she felt betrayed. And after that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed like the opposite to her. I don't know what it's like. Or I know what it's like. I once felt the same way about you, Rena.
私もね、昔引っ越してくる前、とても悪いことをしていた。いっぱい。
そうか。そうなんだ。
圭一君みたいにおもちゃの鉄砲で撃つのなんかと比べ物にならないよ。金属バットで頭が割れちゃうくらいに殴った。みんな大怪我だった。他にもね、学校のガラスとかいっぱい割って歩いたり、それからね。
I know. But I don't care about any of that. You did that before you moved here. That's why you stopped being Reina Ryugu and became Rena after you moved here, right? To me, you're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before.
ね、私ももっともっといっぱい悪い。圭一君のこと仲間じゃないなんていう資格全然なかった。
それは俺もなんだ。俺も最初レナの過去のことを聞いて恐れた。
そっか、知ってたんだ。
Rena laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out that I knew about her history, and she thought I didn't. Oh, damn. Yeah, you better get that cleaned up, buddy.
でもだからなんだよって思ったぜ。
え？
引っ越してくる前にレナがどんな大悪党だとしたってそれでレナはいろいろと泣いたり笑ったりしながら人生を積み重ねてきて、それでひなみ沢に引っ越してきて誰にも恥じなくていい生活をしてるじゃねえかよ。前の町で悪いことがあったとしたってレナはそれを悔いているならどうでもいいことだったんだよ。その結果竜宮レナってやつが尊敬できる人間に成長できたならどうでもいいことだったんだよ。
I should have noticed it earlier. Rena's Rena. That's why she's Rena Ryugu. I couldn't understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Reina.
レナも聞いたろ。俺も悪いやつだった。バカだったんだ。なんてバカなことをしたんだと後悔した。だから引っ越しは人生をもう一度やり直すいい機会だと思ったんだ。だから俺はひなみ沢では自分で自分が好きになれる前原圭一だったと思ってる。それはレナもなんだろ。茨城でどういう生活だったかなんて関係ない。ひなみ沢にいる竜宮レナが大事なんだ。だから竜宮レイナが何者だろうと俺には全然関係ないことだったんだ。
そうだよね。
新しい自分をやり直せる機会は何回あったっていいんだ。そんな機会があるから俺たちは何回も失敗しながら傷つきながらもう人生に一度や二度のつまずきなんてつきものなんだ。だからそんなのにへこたれないで俺たちはどんどん成長していかなくちゃいけないんだ。だからそんなたくましい人の膝に残るかさぶたを見ておぞましく思うなんて最低のことだったんだよ。
It doesn't matter how many times you fall. When you go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. So I don't need to know your past, and even if I knew, I shouldn't have changed the way I treat you. We were fools. We couldn't understand that we went through things like this ourselves. Mio knew that from the beginning. We were such fools. We hurt each other, and we made each other cry.
だから竜宮レナはこれまでも今もそしてこれからもレナが辛い時きっと俺が助けるから俺を信じてくれ。
ありがとう。圭一君を信じるよ。
Oh, it's very tragic, but what she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie, but I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Rena kept telling me to trust her that time. She kept saying those words while I kept hitting her with the bat. They still didn't reach me.
私ね、もう多分長くない命だと思うけど、こんな素敵な圭一君がいるひなみ沢を救うために頑張るよ。
No, Rena.
奴らなんかにこの村を乗っ取らせない。みんなで楽しく過ごしていた日々を取り戻すために私は戦うよ。奴らの陰謀を必ずやっつけてみせるから。
She said that she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything I was saying. Even if I kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takano-san's delusion, it wouldn't reach her.
ありがとう、ケイチ君。レナを許してくれて。
I do. I forgive you. So please forgive me for what I did to you.
きっとひなみ沢を救う。だからケイチ君、力を貸して。ケイチ君だけは信じられる。ケイチ君となら救えると思ってる。
レナ、レナ。
I knew how bad of a corner Rena was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat, thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Rena cared about me so much, but I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rena, you still trust me, even when you're driven into this bad of a corner. I couldn't understand what you were saying. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you. But you're different. You still trust me? You are so...
どうして泣いてるの？
許してくれ。許してくれ。俺はもう絶対にレナを裏切らないから。レナのことを信じるから。だから許してくれ。
何のことを言ってるのかよくわかんない。ケイチ君はいつもレナのことを信じてくれてるよ。
My heart.
だからレナもケイチ君のことを信じてる。信じていいんだよね。ケイチ君だけはレナを信じてくれるんだよね。
Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Rena's eyes too. For I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes. Aww.
あのね、私ね、この戦いを終わらせる方法を見つけたの。
本当か？
うん。勝ち目のほとんどない方法だけど、私にできる一番の抵抗だと思う。
レナ、それがどんな方法かは知らないけど、それが終わった後、俺たちはみんなでまた楽しかった元の日々に戻れるんだよな。戻れるんだよな。そうじゃなくちゃ嫌だ。俺はお前をこの場から行かせない。
Holy shit.
大丈夫だよ、ケイチ君。元の幸せな日々に戻るための起死回生、逆転の最後の一手なんだから。
I don't know what she had on her mind. Began with a delusion and ended with a delusion. I encouraged her too much, she twisted into an attack on her. It was like that at that time. I took Rena's goodwill as the complete opposite thing, so I stopped denying her story. This was Rena's battle. It was her lonely battle. She had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. But I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she could reach me. I wanted to let her know that, so I just said one thing.
俺は最後の瞬間までレナの味方だからな。絶対にレナの味方だからな。
Oh my god. Fucking Christ, this game. Every fucking time. Oh my god. This moment's hitting me really, really fucking hard because I actually just went through a situation like this where, like when I'm depressed, like extremely, extremely depressed, like I often just, I roll in that dark pit and I suffer and I push people away because I don't want them to suffer with me, but in turn I make them suffer more. And it just, when I'm in that spot, it doesn't matter what anyone else says. I just further fall into that pit. And I know exactly, like, what Rena's going through right now. Like, when you feel like everyone else is against you and nobody believes you and nobody's on your side, like, I fucking feel that, like, on a personal level. Like, It's just when you're there, you don't feel like anyone's trying to help you. You don't feel like anyone cares. You don't feel like anyone believes you, but they do. There are people who are there that trust you and believe in you. They just... There's only so much they can do, you know? And you have to realize that everyone is fighting their own battles, and everyone is trying their best to help you, and there's only so much they can do without pushing you away further. But there's stuff that you have to fight through yourself, and you have to remember in those dark times that even if it doesn't feel like it, that there are people there, and you know, when you eventually, you know, climb your way out of this pit, you'll find them again, and they'll be there. Fuck, man. Now I feel like a piece of shit, because I made that other person feel like a piece of shit for that. Ugh, okay. I'm sorry. It's not part of the game. Oh, God. Fuck. I'm gonna have to send that person a message, because I feel terrible. Oh, did I read that? Okay, that was what he said. Okay. Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she couldn't right now. I knew that, but I told her those words anyway. Even if she couldn't believe, then if she tried to smash my head in, I'd say those words. I keep saying them until I die.
ありがとう、ケイチ君。明日でね。きっと全部終わるの。きっと私たちは勝つよ。そしたら、またみんなで楽しく部活をしよう。みんなで。私たちが一番楽しかった時を取り戻そう。
Although she wished to regain our happy times so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind.
じゃあ、私はこれで行くね。明日の準備があるから。
With the truth, I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to stop her even if I had to grab her arm. But I couldn't stop her like that. If I grabbed her arm, she wouldn't trust me anymore.
待てよ、レナ。明日の準備って。
内緒。ケイチ君に協力してもらうこともあるかもしれないけど、その時はレナを助けてね。
ああ、当然だぜ。
I nodded strongly so she could tell that I was still on her side. But I didn't know what her come from behind victory meant at this point. First thing I could think of is that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Rena left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, "Why does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much?" She understood the situation.
いっそ悪役に徹しさせてもらってもいいよ。レナが妙なことをしでかす前に踏んじばって病院に担ぎ込むのもいいかもしれない。
本当に最後の最後まで行ったらそれも仕方ないかもな。でもレナを信じたいんだ。最後のギリギリまで。あいつはこんなに心が追い詰められても俺をまだ信じるだけの心の強さがあるんだ。俺とは違う。だからきっとレナは妄想に打ち勝てるはずなんだ。
最近ケイちゃんとリカちゃんが何を言ってるのかおじさんちょっと分かりかねるんだよな。なんか最近ヘビーなことでもあったわけ？
I would say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion a couple days after the festival.
悪いな。意味のわかんない話ばっかりしちゃって。それよりレナのこと見損なったりしないでくれ。な。
そんなわけないよ。誰だってたまには心が風邪をひく時があるって。レナのこれもその程度のこと。まあちょいと熱は高いみたいだけど、すっきりケロッと治ってすぐに笑い話になっちゃうって。
Oh, That's really sweet of her to say. Because, like, oftentimes we don't treat mental health like a real illness when it is. And we need to treat it as such. We need to take care of ourselves and give ourselves rest when we need it. And, like, give ourselves the medicine that we need, whether, whatever that is for you. Like, I mean, whatever it takes to calm your mind and make your mind, like, happy again, or at least healthy again, maybe not happy, but sustainable again. But that's really, really precious, actually, that she says she has a relatively high fever when she's going through, this really dark mental state. Because that's something we need, like, that's like a way we need to approach mental health, and that's really, really important.
ケイちゃんが思ってるほど事態は悪くなってないよ。大石の大バカ野郎は自分の誤解を認めた。例の件は発生自体にも気づいてない。だからこのままレナの空騒ぎでしたってことで決着できる。
そうなのか？空騒ぎで決着できそうなのか？
そういうことで決着させんのが園崎本家次期当主のミオン様の手腕じゃないの。某料亭でね、大石とおじさんが1対1で対談してちゃんと誤解を解いてきたわけよ。大石はタジタジ。いやー、おじさんもなかなかやるね。
Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rena seems to be feeling, the others seem to be taking it rather easy. It was all up to Rena now. She understood everything. She could go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us, just like we did by the abandoned car at the garbage dump that day. Rena, I couldn't win, but I know you can, because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end. So I know you can win. That didn't mean that she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier. But Brenna would win. She'd win and she'd regain her peaceful life. I hope so, man. I really do. I really, really do, buddy. Damn. This chapter has destroyed me. Rhea, thank you for the raid. Sorry, I was typing up a message to somebody. Thank you for the raid. Oh, it's so sweet. Like a rainbow. Aww. Like a rainbow. Let me make sure I type your name in right. Thank you. I just got done with my crying fest just now, but definitely shouting you out there. I am exhausted, and I just got done crying from this scene that just fucking happened. Yes. God damn it. There was just something that happened in this game that just really resonated with me. And so, I mean, I didn't start, like, bawling, but I definitely, like... Oh! Oh! The fucking track, man! The track! Oh, I'm gonna cry again! I love this track so much. Somebody stop me, please. Please, stop. Stop it. Make it stop. Oh my god. Sorry. I am an emotional mess right now. Fan her eyes quick. I don't know. Ah! Oh gosh. Anyways, for those of you, I will do a reasonable, thank you for the follow. I will do a reasonable, like, get back on track sequence transition here. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Heather Journey. I am a witchy wolf that loves to write. I said, hey, what's going on? I like to play a lot of story-driven games. Thank you for the follow, XL. And I like to write and hang out and show love and support with my lovely pack, which, for those of you that are here and following, that's you guys. So, you guys are the pack. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, everybody. That's so nice. Okay, let me get you the boops. Hold on. The boop! I boop your snoot, you boop my snoot. Thank you for the boops. Oh, it's okay, Ken. No worries, no worries. Damn, this track. It's gonna make me cry again. Oh, stop it! Stop it! Okay. Alright. I have to send a message really quick, and then I will do this, last tip? Should be a last tip, I think. No, that is not bad at all. Absolutely not. That is perfectly understandable. The waiting has intensified in the chat. Oh no, what did I do? What did I do? The only ones I know are Rhea and Prince Safi. The rest of you are new to me, so hello everybody. I will do my howl in just a minute. Alright, cool. There is a Higurashi game. The original game, the original version of Higurashi is a visual novel game, which you see here. This is actually the modded version, but... But, yeah, thank you, Rhea, for the raid. I will do my howls now. Ow! And we're gonna keep playing the game. We have, like, one more chapter left, and then we have the special, like, end game chapter at the end, which is just, like, the staff talking about the game and various formats, which is always different every single time. So I'm not sure how it's going to be this time, but we've got this tip left, and then we've got the last chapter, and then the special extra party chapter. So it was your favorite manga and anime. Nice. I actually never finished the anime, which has been an interesting experience for me to play the visual novel, the original version of the story, because I watched the first season of the anime, but I never finished it. So I got the first, like, piece of it, but I never fully got all the answers, which is why I'm so confused and distraught all the way throughout, because I can't quite pick up all the details, you know. But the anime actually leaves out a lot of those details that this game includes. So, alright. Keeping going, guys. Ooh. I actually never watched that, but I've heard of that.
The
day we die. Wait, that's Rika talking. So is there two people inside Rika?
そうかしら。よく似てるけど、いろいろと違うところもあったわ。
Also, for those of you who know the story, like, in the details, like, don't tell me anything. I want this to be, yeah, a spoiler-free zone. Like, I will figure it out on my own.
ケイチ、前のことを覚えてたし。そんなことはありえないのです。覚えているわけ、いや、知っているわけはないのです。あんたが絶対にありえないと言ってくれればくれるほど、じゃあこれは本当に奇跡なんだって思えるわね。どうせ今回もおしまいです。
I don't use tags for my stream, dog. I just put up the category. People change their tags for their stream? What?
おしまいかしら。もうすぐ終わる。全部終わる。そう。日暮らしの泣く頃に。
I didn't know that was a thing. I don't have the time to do that, man. I gotta stream and work and do other content creation stuff. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get a 6 twice or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. That's a fact of statistics. When you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you know, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future amongst them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Kiichi showed me a miracle, and it taught me that it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average.
イラつく背中を見せるわね。どうせ今回もダメだろうって、そういう哀愁でいっぱいよ。
Oh no, you didn't do anything wrong. You're fine. I'm just saying in general, like, I mean, I can add that to, like, my rules, I guess. I know I've put on my rules, like, in my panel, like, don't backseat game, which I kind of feel like spoilers is kind of the same concept. Like, don't tell me about the game, don't, like, try to force me to play the game a certain way. I feel like that all kind of goes in the same territory, but I could clarify that if it feels necessary. Usually when people see Higurashi, it is very much like a spoiler-heavy game. Like, you learn one piece of information and you're just like, oh well shit, now the whole game's ruined. Because the fun of Higurashi is learning and picking up the pieces, you know, of why everything is the way it is. The mystery, you know, which you don't get if you, like, know all the answers starting out. So, usually it's just understood that it's a spoiler-free zone to anybody that are playing these games. Like, unless they come out and say, yeah, I've played these games before, I'm just revisiting them for fun, I don't care about spoilers, like, stuff like that. But usually most people are playing it for the first time, and they're trying to enjoy the mystery experience. So, most people who go into Higurashi, like, watching somebody else play it, they pretty much are, like, on board with the no spoiler territory. And if I ask questions, like, unless it's, like, a direct question to you guys, like, I'm talking to you as, like, you know, I don't know, like, what are you all doing today? Or, like, something like that. Like, it's usually just me talking out loud. Like, I make a lot of theories and I ask a lot of questions out loud. Don't feel like, if it's a spoiler thing, don't answer me. Ignore me. Let me ramble. Like, don't answer me. I'm just talking out loud. But sometimes I talk in the form of a question, so. Anyways, spiel over. We're gonna keep playing the game. Does anyone know?
私だってどうせダメだろうと思ってる。
Yeah.
でもね、最後のサイコロを投げるまで私は諦めない。圭一が教えてくれた。
Keiichi's really becoming a main protagonist right now. Like, he's picking it up, man. Like, he was a useless protagonist at the beginning, but he's really becoming wise.
今回は何かが違うの。だからそれを信じてみる。
リカは本当に強いのです。
So is Rika? Here's one of these questions you don't answer. Is Rika the one that knows everything, and the one that doesn't know anything is another part of her personality, or another person trapped in her body that's not Rika?
まあね。あんたよりはずっと若いし。
I love Rika. She is my absolute favorite. I know... Wait, I'm a lot younger than you? I thought the more mature character was
Rika?
older. I'm confused. I am confusion! Or are these two separate characters entirely? Is this Rika and that other blue-haired girl that I've seen a lot but don't know much anything about her?
夜更かしはダメでございましてよ。ごめんなさいなのです。寝苦しかったので星を見ていただけなのですよ。もう寝ますです。そうなさいませ。おやすみリカ。
おやすみ。
おやすみなのです、さとこ。
Interesting. Okay. Alright, we're gonna save. We got one more chapter and then the end of chapter 6, guys. The arc 6, end of arc 6. Are we gonna be able to convince Rena? Probably not. Will she learn her ways? Probably not. Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Rena a lot.
どうしたのさ、ケイちゃん。さっきからキョロキョロしてさ。
なんでもないよ。
It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. Wait. Did I get? May 12th. Okay, that's today. Yeah. I was just looking to see if I got my achievements for that, because every time you finish a chapter, you usually get one. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come from behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife.
大丈夫だって。レナがそんな短絡的なことをするわけないよ。
I have the Nipa, what is that called? The sound alerts, yes, if you're interested in that, which is Rika.
まあ仮にそうでも自分の身くらい守れるからね。
I would love to find the Meep one, but I don't think it exists in sound alerts, and if it does, then I probably should add it. Mion said it brightly as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now. She probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action. But I couldn't deny the possibility either.
それよりおじさんが気にかかるのはどうしてレナが急に変になっちゃったのか、その理由の方だね。
Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy, but I remember we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it was a really stupid thing. Oh, I wasn't laughing! But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease. If you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died.
親戚にお医者がいてね、ちょっと聞いてみたんだけど、脳とかに腫瘍ができて、たまたまそれが珍しいところだったりすると、性格が急に変わったり、普段と別人みたいになってしまうことがあったりするんだって。大昔はこの病気が悪魔つきや狐つきなんて呼ばれて、オカルト的に脚色されてたこともあるんだってさ。
ってことはつまり脳という体の一部に起きた肉体的な病気ってわけか。
今回に関しては精神的と捉えてもいいかもしれないね。レナはリナ鉄平殺しの後かなり動揺していて、心が不安定になってた時期があった。そんな時期に大石のバカタレが富武さんたちの事件を大げさに吹き込むもんだから。
大石さんって人もさ、高野さんのスクラップ帳に少し似てるとこがあるかもな。
へえ、どの辺が？
なんていうのかな、ひなみ沢村連続開始事件というものが存在しているというあたりについて盲信しているというか、現に5年連続で起こってるのにこんなことを言うのもなんだけど、俺さ、もともと連続事件なんて存在しないんじゃないかって思ってる。
Yeah, I don't think they're murders. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year, too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We can't connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hina Mizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents in old cruel history, and she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Uichi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Uichi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena.
その辺にはさ、何かあるごとに黒幕のように振る舞う園崎家の責任もあるんじゃねえのかな。この村では何かおかしなことがあれば全て園崎家の暗躍。それで決着をつけられてしまう魔法の言葉になっちゃってるんだよ。例えて言えばほら、この世の現象は全てプラズマで説明できるみたいな感じだよ。
ほう、つまりそれは何を、園崎家が全部悪いってわけ？
そうだ、お前が全部悪い。よってお前の名前は今日からプラズマミオンと呼ぶ。うわ、なんだかレスラーみたいな名前だな。
はあはあ、プロレスラー大いに結構。そうだ、ケイちゃん、コブラツイストって知ってる？
やめろ。このクソ熱いのに絡みつくな。
Yeah, it's too damn hot.
いててて。やー。
おはようございますですわ、ケイチさん。おはようなのです。
Satoko and Rika-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. The three of us came to school like always. They would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon, and she'd start mourning homeroom. Everybody was fooling around. I didn't want to miss a second of the time until then.
ねえ、今日は臭い。窓閉めて。バカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes.
いやいや、こんなの大したことないって。いつだったかな、貝塚いぶきを剪定した枝葉をトラック山盛り何杯分か運び込んできたことがあってさ、あれはひどかった。あの独特の刺激臭は頭痛を起こさせるよね。
Good night, Ken. Sleep well.
貝塚いぶきって何ですの？お野菜の名前なのです。たまにカレーに入ってますのですよ。
Is it a vegetable? I've heard of juniper berries.
今度スーパーに行ったら探してみろ。
よくわかんないけど、最初はリカとケイチさんに毒味をさせた方が良さそうでございますわね。
あれ、俺たちのボールがねえ。王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
Boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko.
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
ほらほら、先生来たよ。みんな席に着きな。はい、皆さん、席に着いてください。
I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It's possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife, but but I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarding herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano-san's parasite theory, the battle would end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family. She needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? That's a good question. She might interpret that the town council are a group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Brenna suspected there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning. That suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did that mean she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? The last problem of it all was how much time she had left. She believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantageous conditions. She might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Brenna sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. Brenna probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Brenna's delusions, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she had left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that in her delusion was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Excuse me. Putting it all together like that, I felt like the Irie and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break.
普段ならそんなバカなって言いたいところだけど、その可能性を全く否定できなくもないからね。本家に電話してみるよ。診療所にも人を配置するように言っとく。
Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her Ch.6 and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call.
先ほどからなんだか物騒な話でございますけど、本当にレナさんがそんな恐ろしいことをなさいますの？診療所を襲うなんて信じられませんわ。
するかもしれない。しないかもしれない。でもな、怒っちまったらおしまいなんだよ。惨劇に抗うってことは、起こさないように戦うってことなんだから。
何事もないことを祈りたいのです。
わかりました。若いのを2人ほど診療所に送ります。
まさかとは思うけどね。何をやらかすか分かったもんじゃない。
姿を見たら直ちに引っ捕らえてしまって構いませんか？
本当は嫌なんだけどな。どうしようね。
先日の会合で竜宮レナを確保して警察に引き渡すことで決着しています。ですので引っ捕らえても一応筋は通ります。
うちの対面じゃなくてレナの心情的に気の毒だなってこと。 できたら本当に静かに静かに決着したいんだけどね。
まあ若いですから、人さえ殺さなければ大抵はごめんなさいで済みますよ。
じゃあアウトかもだ。
いえいえ、見つからなければセーフですから。セーフセーフ。沖宮の界隈ではあの二人の失踪を気にする者はいません。何かのヤバい話を踏んで夜逃げしたんだろうということになっています。あの程度のゴロつき、次から次へです。ですからセーフセーフ。
アウトだのセーフだの、私ら野球拳でもやってるわけ？まあいいや。それじゃあくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。
了解しました。ではひっ捕らえてよろしいんですね。
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。クロスプレーなんかにしないようによろしく頼みます。
Couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話は竜宮さんをめぐる話ですか？
Well?
まあ、はい。園崎さん、竜宮さんはどうして家出をし
I
ちゃっ
can't
た
tell
んで
what
し
all
ょう？
those emotes mean, but at least you're having a good time.
お友達として何か知ってはいませんか？
It's hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kei-chan, so most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believed the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town's council phone directly to find her. Thanks for the follow, Ronan. Welcome to the pack. I hope you enjoy your stay and the Eternia Woods. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me more than finding her was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detain her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down and hit her head on the edge of some tofu and lost her memory. Some tofu? Really? Ushi misunderstood something big time and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Uishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was to not make a big deal about this situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ、先生。レナは今ちょっと病気になってるだけです。それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。まさか先生、レナが悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。それはもちろんですけど、でも家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考えれば悪くないということはありません。
She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that's the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。それに気づけなかった私は教師失格ですね。一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかったです。先生、ちょっとヘビーに考えすぎです。もうちょっとリラックスリラックス。プチ家出なんて今時珍しくないですって。はあ、竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって悪いことを始めたらどうしましょう。
Yuki-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibilities. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. What is that? What is that flowchart? Chi-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang.
Hi, もしもし。ひなみざわ文庫でございます。
Chi-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited the hall. I must be excited if I'm mispronouncing the word exited as excited. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. Is it Rena? What? I yelled and looked back at her. I was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged that Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the clock.
わかりました。今からすぐ行きます。先生との約束ですよ。
She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker.
院長、先生は休養ができました。しばらく表へ出ますので、みんなを自習させてください。
She took her car key out of her purse. It was obvious she was going to see Rena somewhere.
先生、今の電話はレナ？
以上です。よろしく頼みますよ、院長。
Chie-sensei completely ignored me and ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window.
お疲れ様です。今のところ異常ありません。
違う。今出て行った先生の車を追って。多分行く先にレナがいる。
了解っす。
レナは警戒心が強いから注意してね。捕まえたら有無を言わさずに本家放り込んで葛西の指示に従うこと。私の友人だよ。怪我なんかさせたら許さないからね。
Rena must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bit bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. Yeah. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and it chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would all be settled calmly.
みんな慶長！午後の授業は自習になったよ。というわけで、おとなしく席について何かやること。
Or read. I like to read my bookies.
自習?
Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly.
レナから電話があった。
本当か？
ついさっき職員室に電話が。千恵先生が指定された場所に会いに行ったみたい。
レナのやつ、一体どういうつもりなんだ？
わかんない。とにかくうちの車に先生の後を追わせてる。レナには悪いけど、そこで踏んづかまえる。
うまくいくといいな。
荒ごとには慣れてる連中だよ。任せとこ
う。じゃあ捕まえれば一件落着なのか？
だね。そしたらとりあえず病院に放り込むよ。きっと専門の医者が見たらなんだってくらいに典型的な何かの病気だよきっと。強迫性、心因性、ストレスなんたらとか、多分そんな感じのやつ。
We were spending our afternoon studying peacefully. Members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. It's too easy. It's never gonna be easy.
でしょ?
Mion blinked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over, but that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along, but Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her, but I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. I'm pretty sure it was a distraction. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena.
Rena!
Who has a lovely little hatchet there.
Minna! Kiritsu, kiritsu! 教室の真ん中に集まって!
Everybody gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage.
Minna, 聞こえてない?教室の真ん中に集まって。机は周りにどけちゃってね。
Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying.
兄ちゃん、委員長でしょ?みんなに指示して。
レナ、あんた何をやってんの?
Bam. A loud noise washed out Neon's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of evidence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh, she broke it. Chie-sensei is going to get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell?
兄ちゃんはやっぱりダメだね。じゃあ、ケイチ君に頼むよ。ケイチ君だけは最後まで私の仲間なんだよね。だから、信じていいんだよね。
Rena, your eyes, you look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. You hope that the thief has feelings too and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear that we were feeling towards Rena at the very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively.
ケイチ君、机をどけさせて、教室の真ん中に広場を作って。
わかった。みんな、レナが言うのに従おう。
Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Neon. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted it. Rena, saying that we're moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard. The thing that looked at most in the school. The thing that we looked at most in school.
みんなのロッカーから縄跳びを出してもらえるかな。それを使ってみんなを後ろ手で縛ってね。
俺縛るのとか下手くそなんだよ。多分上手に縛れないぞ。
後でちゃんと縛れているか全員のを調べる。ゆるい人はその場で殺しちゃうからしっかり縛ってあげてね。
Damn! Rena! We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. When Rena said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I've never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why did we use such words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of 1 or 2 just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers. Everybody has their own jump ropes? We had community jump ropes, like when I was in gym class.
ケイイチ君は後ろ手にどんどん縛っていって。きっちり縛るんだよ。ケイイチ君は私の味方だもん。だから、わざとゆるくなんか縛ったりしない。ね。
Oof. Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. She'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. Hi, Vincent! But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve this situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone.
Kei-chan.
Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at the time was to wait for a chance without aggravating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. Oh, excuse me. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all.
ケイイチ君にはまだまだ手伝ってもらうことがたくさんあるの。だから早くして。あんまり時間がかかると何人かが死んでしまうかもしれない。
Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die.
大丈夫だよみんな。ケイイチ君がきっと助けてくれるから。だからきっと誰も殺されないよ。
Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her best friend. She was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these conditions. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do, because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Ch.6 come back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Ch.6 to meet with her. It was a distraction. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Ch.6. Ch.6 had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Ch.6. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was risk there as Ch.6 was a grown-up woman. So she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Ch.6 and told her she wanted to talk to her in private in order to lure her out someplace far from here. Most people, including Ch.6, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Ch.6 must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It's too easy to deceive her. Where did she make that phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office. So it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that. She had probably been hiding here for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chie-sensei leave the school. This was, before caller ID, by the way. Imagine how embarrassing that would be, though. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it, so she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I had been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it. Everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I tied up the last person. I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them, but when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pained cries made me feel useless.
ありがとう、ケイチ君。ケイチ君を疑りはしないけど、一応全員を調べるね。ケイチ君は頭の上で手を組んでうつ伏せに寝ててね。これは全員に言うけど、私の断りなく立ち上がったら殺す。本人も殺すし、見せしめでランダムにもう一人殺す。
Damn.
ランダムじゃよくないね。じゃあこうしよう。言うことを聞かなかった子と出席番号に銃を加えた子を殺すにしようかな。例えば岡村くんが言うことを聞かなかったとする。そうすると出席番号11番渡辺くんが一緒に殺されちゃう。わかる？常に2人死ぬの。歯向かっても自分の命一つじゃ責任が取れないってこと、よーく胸に刻んでおくんだよ。
How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. If you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You couldn't risk someone else's life with your own decisions.
全員ちゃんと縛れてるね。ケイチくん、縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど、結構うまいよ。自信持っていいよ。じゃあケイチくんは立って。
It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the come from behind victory you were talking about. Yeah, what are you planning to do about this? What does the school have to do with anything? She's gonna hold them ransom and then ask for the truth? Or...
沖宮 TS より全社へ。沖宮 TS より全社へ。ひなみ沢営林署にて籠城事件発生。人質多数。全社は至急ひなみ沢営林署へ向かわれたし。
クマちゃん、遅れて申し訳ない。状況は？
ご苦労様っす。本日午後1時頃、ひなみ沢営林署内のひなみ沢分校区画にて、当時教室にいた生徒25名全員が拘束されている模様。犯人側の第一要求は、営林署敷地内への一切の立ち入りの禁止と、当保へのホットラインの確保です。
ってことは、初めっから警察と交渉する気ってことですか。どういうつもりだ。
あと犯人は交渉人に大石さんを指名してます。
Absolutely. She knows him.
犯人は竜宮玲奈。
竜宮さんが？わかりました。いいですよ。とことんお付き合いさせてもらいましょう。
Ushi gave a crooked smile.
竜宮玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。カーテンが閉められているので状況も一切確認できていません。
通報者に選挙時の様子は聞いてませんか？
いえ、竜宮玲奈からの直接の犯行声明でした。よって内部の状況は一切不明。担任は犯行直前に竜宮玲奈の電話呼び出しを受け、遠方に呼び出された間の犯行でした。
計画的ですね。営林署側の人間は人質には？
今日は営林署職員は不在でした。よって生徒25名のみ。
She planned that too. She knew nobody's gonna be there.
生徒数は担任が出席簿で確認した人数です。
それプラス犯人ってわけか。リュウグウレイナ以外に犯人らしき人影は？
いえ、何度かカーテンから覗く人影がありましたが、いずれもリュウグウレイナ本人でした。ですが規模他を考えて、おそらく最低でももう一人二人はいると予想されます。
単独犯かもしれませんよ。
Whenever Yugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Renaru Yugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It's possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Renaru Yugu.
おいさん、校長と担任です。
ああ、どうもどうも、千恵先生。大丈夫ですか？
Oishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face.
レナちゃんはとても真面目ないい子なんです。こんなことをするなんて何かの間違いに決まっています。
マニュアル通りなら最近の竜宮さんの状況についてお聞きするところなんですがね。
Ooh, I gotta stretch a little bit, man. Oof.
多分竜宮さんに限っては先生より私の方が詳しいように思います。まあ気を落とされずになんとか穏便に解決しますからご安心を。
I'm gonna eat some fruit snacks because I'm hungry. I ate when I came home, but apparently that didn't last very long. Sometimes I get really hungry, and I don't know why. Chie-sensei was huddled over, and Oishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but okay, that works. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation.
大石殿、よろしくお頼みしますぞ。
Don't drop them!
もしできるなら、人質の交換を申し出たい。
Wait, what?
ぜひ私と子供たちを交換していただきたい。
校長先生、それは私がやります。私が悪いんです。
先生方、どうかご自分を責められないでください。先生方には校内の状況についていろいろとお聞きしたいことがありますので、ご協力をお願いいたします。ボンジ君、図面の方で話を聞いてあげてください。
失礼します。1号車の無線に高杉課長です。
はいはい、もしもし、大石です。
大石さん、ご苦労さん。状況の大体は熊谷君に聞いたよ。犯人は未成年だそうだね。マスコミ規制の方を厳重に頼むよ。
分かってます。あと犯人側が私を交渉人に指定してきてるようですが、問題ありませんかね。
竜宮玲奈の件は先日の寄生虫の話以外よく知ってる。その流れなら犯人は君のことをまだ大石君以外には務まらない。くれぐれもよろしく頼むよ。
本当はすっごく嫌なんですがね。ちょっと今回はいろいろとお騒がせした責任を感じてますので、罪滅ぼしに一つお引き受けさせていただきます。
おいさん、車載電話に犯人です。竜宮玲奈です。
早速ご指名の電話が来ました。早速出ることにします。ありがとう。はい、もしもし、大石です。
Oishi desu.
大石さんですか？どうも、竜宮です。
どうもどうも。大石です。
車載電話って電波とかが悪いんですか？たまにちょっと聞こえにくくなりますね。
私と同じでね、定年間近なんですよ、きっと。
Rishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. The cord extended further to the phone at the podium in the classroom.
では、本題に入りますね。
To defeat the Huns.
まず最初に、あなたが交渉人たる資格があるか確認します。
自信ないな。お伺いします。
大石さんは私の味方ですよね。
I mean, I was until you took a whole classroom hostage. Now I'm not so sure.
当然じゃないですか。あなたと私で園崎家の陰謀を暴こうじゃないですか。
Rishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was the sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do.
圭一君も一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね。でも今は信じるでしょ？
Heiichi-kun was sitting on the floor facing away from me with his head resting in his hands.
今はもう私の仲間で味方だもんね。
ああ、そうだ。
Aw, poor Keiichi. Whenever Yugo asked Keiichi Maebara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi Maebara was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages?
前原さんも竜宮さんの味方なんですね。心強いことです。でもあなたも一時期前原さんを少し疑われていたじゃないですか。
うん、モデルガンの事件を聞いてなんて人だろうって思った。でも過去の事件で今を見損なっちゃいけない。それらを踏み台にして私たちはより良い理想の自分になれるように。
とてもいいことを言いますね。まさにその通りです。
だから私たちは許し合ったの。だから圭一君のことを私はもう疑わない。圭一君は仲間。
わかりました。ならばそれは私にとっても圭一君は仲間ということですね。圭一君に私がよろしくと言ってると伝えてください。
うん、後で言っておきますね。
圭一君にも新しい仲間としてご挨拶がしたいです。受話器に出てもらうことはできますか？
Conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
うん、いいよ。圭一君、大石さんから電話だよ。
I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし、前原です。
He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maebara must have been pretending to follow Ren and Ryugu's orders.
どうもどうも、前原さん。沖宮署の大石です。この度はお世話になります。お互い頑張りましょう。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
竜宮さんは今何をしてますか？
教室の中を歩いてますよ。
前原さん、イエスならはい、ノーなら A と相槌を打ってください。あなたは竜宮さんが何を要求しようとしているか知っていますか？
ええ。
The answer told me for sure. Heiichi Maebara wasn't Rena Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted?
単刀直入にお聞きします。あなたは竜宮レナの味方？いえいえ、質問を変えます。あなたは竜宮レナに脅迫されて従っているふりをしている。
はい。
There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory.
犯人は竜宮レナの一人だけ？
はい。
If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in talking to scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line.
ね、圭一君は味方でしょ？
ねえ、そうでした。とても頼もしいですよ。
で、今度は大石さんが話してくれる番。前の電話で約束した園崎家関係への一斉捜査はどうですか？秘密の研究施設は発見できましたか？
I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me.
今ですね、県警の暴隊と公安部で一斉捜査作戦を準備中なんです。何しろ市内全域を一斉にやりますからね。調整に多少の時間が。
遅すぎる！大石さん、私たちは今獅子骨氏が置かれている緊急的危機についてよく理解し合っているんじゃなかったでしたっけ？何をのんびりとしたこと。大石さん、本当に私の話を信じてくれているんですよね？私の味方なんですよね？味方ですよね？答えてください。
もちろんですとも。ですが警察組織ってやつは簡単じゃないんです。私も最大限努力をしてるんですよ。本当です。ただですね、やはり話の規模があまりに大きすぎるもので。
大石さん、私奴らにどこかで毒を盛られました。富武さんにあの異常な死に方を強いた原子の力を持った寄生虫、あれをどこかで盛られたんです。昨日から痒くて仕方がない。もう私首をかきむしりすぎて血まみれなんです。いつ錯乱して喉をかき破ってしまうかもわからないというのに、大石さんは何をもたもたと。
I knew it. I wish he didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Tomotage-san.
申し訳ないです。これでも頑張っているんです。ただですね、みんな言うんですよ。その証拠はないのかと。
証拠があればすぐに動いてくれるんですか？
That's kind of how the justice system works. Mia-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I'd need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight.
わかりました。ミオさんのスクラップ帳をお渡しします。それでどうか他の警察の人たちを一刻も早く説得してください。
助かります。そのスクラップ帳をぜひ。
I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there.
これは私たちの切り札です。大石さん、くれぐれも、いや、絶対によろしくお願いします。
わかりました。信頼してください。必ずや奴らの陰謀を暴いてみせます。
でも、まあ多分警察も組織だからそうなんだろうなとは思ってたんです。だからちょっと強引なやり方だけど、こんな形を取らせてもらったんです。大石さんは私に要求されて仕方なくやっているという言い訳ができるはず。なんとかこのチャンスを有効に生かしてください。
ありがとうございます。必ずや。ではどうしましょう。私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Rena Ryugu was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague.
さすがに私がこの場を離れるわけにはいかないので、代わりに圭一君に持って行かせます。
その方がいいかもしれません。やはりあなたが学校の外へ出れば、もしやということもあるかもしれませんので。
もしやって？
いえ、この騒ぎをもう園崎家も嗅ぎつけているでしょう。あなたがこういう手に打って出るとは思わなかったでしょうから、強引な手で口封じをしてくる可能性があります。
口封じ？それって？
狙撃です。園崎家のヒットマンは多分あなたがこれ以上騒ぎを大きくする前に。だからあなたは表に出ない方がいい。窓にも近づかないでください。さっきから何度か顔を出しているようですが、あれは危ない。そこを撃たれてしまいますよ。
ちょっと
周りには警察がいるんでしょ。そんなの未然に防げないんですか。
防げるなら防ぎます。ですがね、周りの視界が良すぎます。訓練を受けたものなら400メートルくらいはやすやすと狙撃するそうです。ましてや、あなたもご存知の通り、園崎家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺技術に関しては特に習得しています。奴らは侮らないでください。園崎家の陰謀を暴くにはあなたの力がまだまだ必要なんです。
わかりました。忠告をありがとうございます。どうせ明日まで持たない命でも今終わらせるわけにはいきません。
He wants to keep her trapped in there so that way they can capture her easier.
そうですともそうですとも。いいですか、くれぐれも窓から顔を覗かせないでくださいよ。
And also so they can do things and she's not looking outside.
用心してください。
Phone conversation ended. Runner Yuga was going to let Keiichi Maebara to look at the scrapbooks.
さっき書いたやつ用意できてますね。
OK です。うまく渡せますかね。
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して外を覗かせないようにしたつもりです。でもまあ見てるでしょうね。そこはうまくやります。
I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation.
じゃあケイチ君。
Oh my god, those fucking eyes. Oh. Don't get so close to me with those eyes.
これとても大切なスクラップ帳。園崎家の陰謀と奴らの侵略の証拠を暴く証拠。大石さんに渡してきてね。渡したらすぐに戻ってくるんだよ。
Okay.
見てるからね。
I'm watching you. Damn.
変なことをしたら怒るからね。
Damn. Rena took out a couple of the old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Yeah, she looks like a nice and sane person, right? Absolutely. Nothing going on here. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Mion.
みーちゃんにも後で話すよ。みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるかをね。ひょっとするともう知ってるのかもしれないけどね。じゃあケイチ君、校庭の真ん中まででいいよ。余計な立ち話とかしちゃダメ。ケイチ君は持っていくだけだから。おしゃべり禁止だからね。おしゃべりしたら千恵先生なら T 定規で叩くけど、私ならなんで叩いちゃおうかな。
分かってるよ。無言で持っていくからそのナタを下ろせ。俺はレナの仲間だろ。仲間だったら信用しろな。
そうだね。仲間だから信用するよ。だから裏切らないでね。
Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up.
じゃあ行ってくる。すぐ戻るよ。
よろしくね。
I walked past my friends who were lying on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful, some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run. Some were scared that if they... Oh my god, I can't talk. Some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'd do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry. I'd just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. She's a bit underage, buddy, so, I wouldn't talk about your taste if you're talking about her. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? Yeah, this is taking place at a school, buddy. These are students. I think she's like 14. If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was possibly Oishi-san. They hadn't met by this point? What? It's been this long and they haven't met yet in this arc? Really? That's crazy. Oh my god.
すみません。レナから何も喋らずにこれを渡せって言われてます。だから無言でこれを受け取ってください。
わかりました。それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。お預かりします。
I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Eh? Confused as what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. And at that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。校舎はあなたの背中ですから、竜宮さんが窓から見てたとしても、今のやりとりは見えていません。
え、何なんですか？これは。
I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size.
あなたへのメモもあります。教室へ戻る途中で竜宮さんに見つからないようにこっそり読んでください。では、そのまま戻って。これ以上は不審がられます。
I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena might begin to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed, but that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it could cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there. But they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. To change my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put in my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece? Something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Mibara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. Picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There is also a spray for self-protection. Sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. Guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button and the gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Pried to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside my hand. It's reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' faces rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. Yeah, I'm assuming that's like pepper spray. Pepper spray is no fucking joke, dude. I've never actually been pepper sprayed, but from what I've seen, like, that shit makes your face burn like no other. Like, you can't even open your eyes for like 20 minutes. Like, the memo continued. The spray is just for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Yes, for about 30 minutes. Yes. Therefore, please don't forget there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in a panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It's probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position, but my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit, what am I going to do? What should I do, Keiichi Maebara? Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. It meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. Memo also said I need to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Brenna was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I'd have to do if I was to have my chance at winning. Brenna would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough, but at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Brenna would get. She might demand something again. She might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Brenna killing one classmate after another. After I killed Brenna and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Brenna would... She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Brenna to go through what I had to go through. Shit, I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Brenna became stronger. Brenna would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that.
おかえり、ケイチ君。大石さん、何か言ってた？
なんだ?
As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Renna's feet. The cap was open. It seemed sturdy and made of metal. I said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. It wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline, too. How could she? I see, this was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand.
Lena, これはどういう真似だよ?
もちろんやらないよ。万が一の時の保険なの。私だって大好きなみんなのバーベキューなんてだから冗談で済んでほしいって思ってる。
Brenna showed off the lighter. Obviously, she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire, pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if I was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate. They say that even 30% of a person's skin gets burned is enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Renna's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was to light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Brenna powerless at all. The last resort Oishi gave me had already lost all of its power.
保険なんて大丈夫だろう。大石さんはスクラップ帳があればきっと警察を納得させられる。そうなればあとは一斉捜査で奴らの陰謀が暴ける。そうなんだろう。
あのスクラップ帳だけで本当に動いてくれるかな。お役所ってのはお尻の重いところだそうだからね。
Brenna was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbook, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline.
とりあえずは大石さんを信じよう。あとは家宝を待つだけだろ。
そうだね。じゃあさっきの話の続きをするかな。それでね、その寄生虫は長い時間を経るうちに徐々に無害になっていったの。でもそれでは面白くない人たちがいた。それがひなみ沢御三家なの。だから彼らは
Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi know what was going on.
すごい匂いだよな。ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまけるとすごいもんだ。
I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wished I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me.
車のクラクション聞きたいな。
クマちゃん、クラクション一発。
Kumagai honked once quickly.
ガソリンとは参ったっすね。これでさっきからなんとなく感じてた匂いの正体が分かりました。多分この後の要求を押し通すための切り札にするつもりでしょうね。
クマちゃん、普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方をしたら18リットル入りのあれですよね。
さあ、多分。
小宮山君、営林署の人まだ返してないですよね。ちょっと呼んでもらえます？なるほどね。携行缶にはちゃんとガソリンと明記してあると、灯油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある？
はい。中身を間違えたら大変ですから、すべての燃料容器にはちゃんと明記してあります。
Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いなく、携行缶は何リットルのサイズのがあったんですか
？18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと記憶してます。
5リットル用って多分平たい形をしたやつですよね。
ええ、真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がついています。
前原圭一はポリタンクという言い方をしましたね。18リットルの方でしょうか。
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで、とりあえず適当な言葉が思いつかず。でもどのみち本当にガソリンだとしたらかなり危険なことになります。
Gasoline burns when lit, but when it's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates quickly. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. So in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes will fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
クマちゃん、危険物第4類とかわかる？
いえ、気化ガソリンが危険だってことは理解してるんですが、詳しいことまでは。
18リットルと5リットルで最悪の場合どの程度規模が違うか調べときたいな。そうだ、ジジイに聞いてみよう。すいません、署に連絡して鑑識のじい様がいるか聞いてみてください。
おお、話は聞いちょるぞい。犯人に直接なぜリーチ一発振り込みドカーンってところじゃの。
裏まで乗っちゃって大変なことになってます。そのドカンってのは実に笑えないですな。ところですいません、危険物の第4種はお持ちで？
おつよんかここにいる人間全員足せば公主じゃぞい。どうした？ガソリンでも巻いて籠城しとるんか？
まさにそのようです。人質の一人に盗聴器を持たせてるんですが、どうも犯人は教室内にガソリンを撒いたようなんです。ただ撒いた量が18リットル缶か5リットル缶かは分かりません。両方のケースのですね、最悪の場合について教えてもらえませんかね。教室の広さは
だいたい50平米ですね。
I would feel like it doesn't matter.
室内は密閉か？
おそらくさぞやガソリン臭いだろうと思います。
おいし、まずいぜ。
やっぱりシャレになりませんか？
教室は粉々に吹っ飛ぶぜ。教室内はまず全員。
そりゃ18リットルの場合ですか？
In the case of either.
アホ、5リットルの場合じゃ。わしの記憶がボケてないなら 1.8 メートルの室内を吹き飛ばすのに4リットルもあれば十分だったはずじゃ。
Policemen listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room.
つまりお釣りが来るってことですね。嫌なリーチだな。じゃあ聞きたくはないんですが、18リットルだったら
そうだのう。大石風に例えると、親のリーチ一発ピンフ単葉赤々ドラドラに振り込む感じかのう。
どういう意味っすか？
親の倍満24000点、配給減点が25000点だから1000点本が1本残るってことですかね。
Don't understand anything about mahjong.
そんなところだのう。柱1本くらいは残るかもしれんぞい。
Of the whole building.
そりゃあ振り込みたくないリーチだな。ね。
今のうちに消防署に連絡して化学車両を待機させた方がいいだろうの。事件解決後の処理は消防の指示を仰ぐ必要があるぞい。
参ったな。こいつは盗聴情報なんで消防車を呼び寄せたらバレちまうな。なんとか学校から見えないところに待機させましょう。
それがいいの。あとそれから大石。
ねえ、さっき人質の一人と接触できましてね。その際にこっそりと盗聴器を持たせました。ガソリン散布はそれで分かったんですよ。
まずいの。化学火災の事例で発火原因に電子機器のランプの点灯があったはずだぞい。ガソリンの発火点は300度程度。火花はおろか静電気でも着火して爆発する。
冗談じゃない。なんだってそんな危険な液体がこうも簡単に世の中にあるんですかね。
知るか。消防法と自動車社会を作った連中に言え。6月だからの。そう空気も乾燥しとらんとは思うが、とにかく万が一に備えて盗聴器の電源を切らせた方がいいだろうの。
大石さん、盗聴器で聞く限り犯人はライターを所持している模様です。
ってことはつまり前原さんがスプレーを使って静止しようとしても着火までは防げない可能性が大ってわけだ。しかも盗聴器まで使えなくなるとはなんてこった。
大石、ライターはまずいぞ。冗談でもいじらせてはならん。犯人もガソリンの危険性を認知しとらん可能性がある。量を聞く限りとても知識があるとは思えんぞ。
Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought how this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he'd never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know, but a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is, because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and one hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All of the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages, especially when the criminal was lying in her own delusion and her requests were something so unreal?
失礼します。先ほど受け取ったスクラップ帳の中に犯人からと思われる文書が見つかりました。
One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi-sama, if you are reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I am planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. First thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family and also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozaki family. I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onigafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds, and through that selective breeding they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth.
なんだこりゃ。
This is a freaking science fiction novel. All the other policemen frowned at the letter.
いやいや、驚きませんよ。高野の他のスクラップ帳も読みましたが、個人的にはオッシーが面白かったな。
Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Uri Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. UFO must still be there. Also, capture all of the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them, but please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a look-alike. That's how they have been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, they have been look-alikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryugu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be all the proof of aliens existing among us.
高野美代？どうしてでしょうね。
ああ、あれだ。俺さ、彼女との電話で隣のケンケンさんの検視で一日ズレがあったかもしれないですよって言っちゃったことがあったんですよ。
ああ、検視結果のミスの話ですか。
They made a mistake.
それで私、祭りの日には死んでたはずなのにどうしていたのかななんてことを言っちゃったんです。それをこういう風に解釈するとはな。ふざけ半分で脅しすぎたかな。
自分の名前が含まれてるのも奇妙ですね。鏡に映ったのでも見間違えたとか。
One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night.
これは俺、わかるわ。ほら、竜宮レナを探し回った晩、ゴグナで目撃されたって話があったでしょ。あれだよ。あれは多分、裏人の誰かが流したデマなんだよ。で、それを本人がどこかで聞いて、自分がもう一人いるように錯覚した。
くそったれ。
Damn.
ノストラダムスだっけ？あれの大予言と同じですね。何が起こっても予言に含まれるように解釈しちまう。今の竜宮レナは箸が転んだって宇宙人の仕業だって言い出すぞ。
あるいはいずれ捕まることを予見して精神鑑定で有利になる資料を先に用意したとか。
そんなことあの子は考えてないよ。あの子は本気で信じてる。いや、本気の本気で。コロッと生かされた私だからわかるんです。彼女は本気で信じてるんだ。このインチキスクラップ帳を。
She really does.
あ、まだ一枚あるっすよ。何
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tometake-san. I've been scratching at my throat since then. I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote while you investigate the Uri Clinic, please bring it to me.
これは使えるな。
ですね。本気で宇宙人の話を真に受けてるなら、解毒剤だと言えばうまく騙せるかも。
But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. Investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7. I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead.
19時？今何時だ
？18時前です。
Shit. Days are long nowadays. Doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m.
あと1時間か。いや、1時間を待たずに火遊びで大爆発するかも。くそ、どうすりゃいい。
何が地球侵略と戦うだ。それに人質を巻き込むなんてめちゃくちゃだ。
めちゃくちゃなんです。今の彼女にはまともな交渉なんか通用しない。しかも本人は冷静だと思ってる分だけ立ちが悪い。
おいさん、それより次の文章。
何
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. That's not true. Even if those policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the glass room. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer fries electricity at a set time. I ripped the tip of its plug so it would create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. If I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. Sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the 3 families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Yoshiro-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the 3 families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. Yeah, having, Rena or Mion/Shion or, like... Yeah, they would be pretty good, Day by Daylight killers. I think Rena is, like, the best, like, serial killer type. Although Shion went pretty freaking nuts. Ugh, stretching my legs. This has been going on for longer than I expected. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san. Wherever you go. Smash. Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground.
キッチンタイマーって目覚まし時計みたいなもんですか？
ああ、昔の炊飯器とかにはタイマーがついてないものも多かったんですよ。それでね、コンセント穴のついたキッチンタイマーって名前の目覚まし時計がありましてね。そのコンセントに炊飯器を挿しておけば、仕掛けた時刻に自動的に電源が供給されて、指定時刻に炊飯器が電源オンにできるって代物です。
へえ、そりゃ便利そうですね。
確かにそれを流用すれば時限発火装置なんて簡単にでっち上げられる。キッチンタイマーってあたりが女の子っぽくてなんだか複雑だな。
電力会社に頼んで電力を落とすとかはどうすかね。コード式なら電力がなければ無力化できます。ああ、でもダメか。教室が真っ暗になるのと同時にライターをつけるに決まってますよね。
やっぱり解毒剤の線をついて指向性の睡眠薬でも与えますか。指向性ですよ。多分自身に使う前に人質に試すはずです。注意してください。
了解です。手配します。
あと前原さんともう一度話したいな。竜宮レナが間違ってライターをいじらないようにうまくなだめてもらわないと。あと盗聴器もオフにさせないといけません。盗聴器はどう？面白いことは拾いましたか？
Yeah, I do like Dead by Daylight. I haven't, and I don't really play it like very super often, but I love the concept of it, and it is fun. But I only play a survivor. I don't do killer.
犯人が人質に危害を加えている模様です。
なんてこった。
どうも、園崎ミオンに対してのようです。
やめろ、レナ。
Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of her hatchet.
ケイイチ君はそこの壁から動かない約束だよ。動いたらレナも怒るんだからね。
Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut off Mion's arm.
とにかく私が許せなかったことは、みーちゃんが死体を掘り出して警察に売ったことだよ。信じてたのに。
She didn't do that, though.
信じてたのに。
Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a wooden window frame with a bike clock. There's no way that Mion could protect her face. I don't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got off the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she hit the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken.
やめるんだ、レナ。ミオン、もういいだろ。俺が話す。本当のことを話すから。レナ、ミオンを殴るのをやめるんだ。
本当のことって何？ケイチ君。
ダメだよ、ケイちゃん。
クラスのみんな、今から言う話は頼む。聞かないでくれ。少し物騒な話をするかもしれないが、悪いことの話じゃないんだ。だから聞かないでくれ。耳に入っても忘れてくれ。頼む。
どういう話だろう。聞かせてくれるかな、ケイチ君。
難しい話じゃないんだ。あれはお前のためだったんだよ。あの埋めた場所が今年の夏に営林署が伐採で立ち入ることになってたのを後日に知ったんだ。だからあのままじゃまずいと思ってミオンがもっと別の安全な場所に隠してくれたんだよ。
その話はあの晩に聞いてるよ。そしてそんなのはみーちゃんの作った嘘だとも言わなかったっけ。
なんで嘘なんかつかなきゃならないんだ。仲間を助けるのは当然じゃないか。だからミオンがお前を助けるためにやってくれたんだよ。
嘘だよ、嘘だよ、信じないよ。ならなんでそんなことを私に相談せずにこっそりとやったの？
Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best trying to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that's why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her.
違うよ、ケイチ君。ケイチ君まで騙すなんて本当にみーちゃんは卑劣だね。部活で騙すのは許せるけど、仲間であるケイチ君を騙すなんて許せない。許せない、許せない、許せない。
やめろ！ミオンを殴るな！ミオンは悪くない！
I never knew anything having her hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
ねえ、そうなのみーちゃん。そうならなんでそうだって私に話してくれなかったの？
ミオンに話せない理由はその崎家のいろいろ都合があるんだよ。それより気を使ってくれたことをお前が感謝すべきじゃないか。
I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me.
そうだよ、ケイチ君。その崎家の都合でみーちゃんは私を警察に売った。仲間の私を売った。仲間なのに、友達なのに、仲良しだったのに。ひどいよ、みーちゃん。本当に大好きな一番のお友達だったのに、どうして？ひどいよ、ひどいよ。
This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the only one doing the bullying. Normally this would be so odd as to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop. 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 Stop, Rena. Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You will remember this bloody Mion one day, and you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody. You will regret what you did. But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come to the stage.
やめろレナやめてくれやめてくれ
泣いてるの？どうしたのケイチ君。
I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena, just like what Rena did for me before with my arms open.
頼むからやめてくれやめるんだレナ。今はどうしてかわからないかもしれない。なぜやめなければならないのか。でもやめないと絶対に後悔する日が来るから。だからやめるんだ。
ケイチ君、壁に戻らないとレナは怒るよ。
Rena's eyes went cold and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand.
やめな、ケイちゃん。私は大丈夫だから。
Mion told me with such a bloody face. How could she?
レナはその名で俺を叩くのか。
それ以上近づけばね、叩くよ。遠慮なくね。もうケイチ君なんかいなくても最後までいけるんだよ。でも私はケイチ君と最後まで一緒にいたい。だから私を怒らせないでね。
She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me that there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who
レナは
cares?
もし立場が逆だったら命を惜しむと思うか。
当然だよ。相手が凶器を持ってたら怖いから逆らわないね。
嘘だな。
I know. I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong.
俺もレナと同じだぜ。仲間のためなら命なんて惜しくない。レナが欲しいってなら俺の命だってくれてやる。だからやめるんだ。仲間を信じてるなら仲間を傷つけるのをやめるんだ。その痛みは必ずレナを襲うから。だからやめるんだ。誰もレナを脅かしたりなんかしてない。みんながレナのためを思ってる。それを疑うな。頼むから信じてくれ。俺を信じろ。俺の頭を砕けば信じられるってんならそのナタを撃ち下ろせばいい。俺は防がねえからな。
近寄るな。それ以上近づけばライターを点火するよ。
Rena lifted the lighter of her head.
てめえいつまで夢を見てんだ。自分でも分かってんだろ。悪い夢だって。誰かに覚ましてほしいって。だから俺が来た。俺が覚ましに来たんだ。
覚ますのはケイチ君の方だよ。この村が奴らに侵略されていることがまだ信じられないの？あの時はちゃんと信じてくれたのにまた疑うの？また私を信じないの？
Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everyone in the world. This was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a theater from hell. An interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Looking at you! Is it Ryukoshi? 07? Shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiichi Maebara, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I am going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations.
信じてねえのはレナの方だろうが。今は俺を信じろ。黙って俺を信じやがれ。それは絶対にレナのためになる。前回の惨劇の主人公がそうだと言ってるんだよ。先代主人公の言うことをおとなしく聞きやがれ。
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだよケイチ君。黙って俺を信じろ。信じてないのはケイチ君の方だよ。 どうして私を信じてくれないの？
やかましい！俺はお前が間違ってることを知ってるんだよ。お前の末路を知っていて、お前がする未来の後悔を全部知ってるんだよ。仲間を自らの手で殺し、それがどれほど罪深いことかに気づきもせずに生を終える。それがどんなに悲しいことか、お前には分からないんだよ。
全然何を言ってるのかわからない。大丈夫なの、圭一君？
ああ、そうだな。何を言ってるかレナには分からないだろうな。でも話してやる。ある大バカ野郎の話を聞かせてやる。あるところに前原圭一っていう大バカがいたんだ。そいつはみんなと楽しく過ごす気に何の不満もなかったのに、ある日を境にほんの少し仲間を疑っちまうんだ。そして何もかもが疑わしく感じるようになってきて。
He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened?
そして俺はお前とミオンを。なのにお前は最後の瞬間まで私を信じてって言って、俺に殴り殺される最後の瞬間まで頭をかばわなかった。かばおうとしなかった。最後まで俺を信じて両手を差し出したままだったんだ。それがどれだけすげえことか、俺は気づきもせずお前を殴り殺してしまったんだよ。それがどれだけ罪深いことか、お前には想像なんかつかないだろうな。だから俺は俺の罪を滅ぼすためにレナを止めるんだ。
それ以上近寄ると本当にライターを。
レナが命を懸けて俺を救おうとしてくれたように、今度は俺がレナを救う。俺はレナがどんなに立派な最後を遂げたか今でも覚えてるぜ。あの瞳には自分が殺されるかもしれないなんて怯えはわずかもなかった。
These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi-kun realize.
俺を信じろ、レナ
！That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. Ouch. I felt the blood on my face.
かわいそうな圭一君。それは圭一君の意志じゃない。圭一君の頭に寄生している奴らがコントロールしているだけなの。
She's so far gone. There's no coming back.
今に大石さんが治療する薬を見つけてきてくれるよ。そうなったら一番最初に飲ませて治療してあげるからね。そうしたらもう圭一君は奴らの支配から逃れられる。
She is so gone.
レナの大好きだった圭一君に戻れるんだよ。だからもう少し待っててね。辛いだろうけど待っててね。
このバカ野郎が！
I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the calls. She decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead.
ちょっと職員室に行ってくるね。その間に誰も逃げちゃ嫌だよ。誰か一人でもいなくなってたらみーちゃんが大変なことになっちゃうんだからね。
Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remember the signal from earlier. Did Oishi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear.
聞こえますか？沖宮署の熊谷と申します。聞こえているなら咳払いをしてください。よかった。今から言うことをよく聞いてください。犯人が撒いたガソリンは今教室内には気化したガソリンが充満して巨大な爆弾と同じことになっています。ですから竜宮さんを刺激しないようにし、間違ってもライターをいじらせないでください。さっきのような挑発行為は二度と慎むようお願いします。
盗聴器って嫌なもんだぜ。
気化ガソリンは わずかの火花でも着火する可能性があります。ですのでこの連絡を最後に盗聴器の電源を切ってください。これは万が一に備えてのことです。それから最後に銃弾犯人は次元発火装置を仕掛けていると予告しています。
次元？なんだって？
キッチンタイマーを流用した次元発火装置で火花を起こすだけの単純なものですが、現在リュウグウレナの要求する解毒剤と偽れる睡眠薬を準備中です。ですが残された時間が長くありません。予告ではタイマーの設定は午後7時。
I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
いいえ、時間通りです。急いでくださいね、大石さん。1秒たりとも遅れることは許しません。
聞こえてると思いますが、リュウグウレナはタイマーの設定延長には応じないようです。あと15分で本気で心中するつもりです。
I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. That's what Rena was thinking. Then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning.
それで俺にどうしろと？
睡眠薬がもうじき届きます。だが交渉中に爆発したら元も子もありません。あなたに次元発火装置を見つけ出して解除していただきたいのです。
よく映画で見るような赤と青のコードを切断するやつですか？
もっと簡単なものでしょう。犯人の予告によるならばそれは台所用のキッチンタイマーです。電池でなくコンセントに挿して動くタイプの目覚まし時計状のものと思われます。教室内のコンセントに何か刺さっていませんか？
There was an outlet in the back and another at the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in.
いや、教室内のコンセントには。
よその場所で発火しても確実性は低いでしょう。間違いなく教室内にあるはずです。
いや、多分ないぜ。廊下からコードが引かれてるのはレナが話してる電話だけだ。そのキッチンタイマーが電池式ってことはないのか？
電源を供給するタイプですのでコード型に違いありません。あるいは他の部屋ということはありませんか？その教室以外にもガソリンの充満した部屋があるとしたらそちらの部屋に仕掛けられている可能性があります。
学校中を調べろってことかよ。あと15分でか？くそ、俺は負傷中なんだぜ。
If I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbook, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb?
こちらも努力しています。ですからそちらでもご協力をお願いします。以上です。質問がなければこれで更新を終了しますが、何かありますか？
Is it on her?
特にない。あ、いや、一つある。
何でしょう？
大石の親父に言っといてくれ。よくも人の古傷をレナに話しやがったなって。もし俺が生きてここを出られたらぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しやがれって伝え。ああ、2発殴るぜ。俺のことをレナに喋った分とレナのことを俺に喋った分だ。
了解。大石さんもリュウグウレナに踊らされたとだいぶへこんでます。きっと殴らせてくれますよ。以上でよろしいですか？
ああ、このおしゃべりだけで数分食っちまった。切るぜ。
ご無事を。
Click. Rena was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. When I could hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in the secret basement or something like that. If she went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Mion was going to get hit again for lying.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan and Satoko crawled up to me.
今の俺の無線聞いてたか？
トラップは私の先輩特許でしたよ。レナさんにお株を奪われるなんてこんなの死んでも死にきれませんわ。
Tucker realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong.
サトコ、もし死んでもレナを恨まないでくれ。レナは病気なんだ。運悪く 悲しい病気にかかっただけなんだ。だってそうだろ。俺たちはあんなにも明るくて楽しい仲間だったレナをよく覚えてるだろ。
サトコ、僕はレナもみんなも素敵な仲間だと信じていますのですよ。
あんなミオンさんにあんな乱暴する人を仲間なんて認められますの？
サトコだってわかるはずなのです。心の中の鬼が暴れ出してどんなに悲しくても抗えない時があるのを知っているはずなのです。
Haru quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko, but maybe...
レナさんを信じてますわ。
偉いぞ、サトコ。
I hugged Satoko's head. Rika-chan's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise.
さて、世界最高のトラップ名人に聞くぜ。この部屋を爆破するにはどこに次元発火装置を仕掛ける？
お任せなさいませ。
Find
その
it,
装置はコンセントに繋がってなければいけませんのね。
ああ、そうだ。でもこの部屋とは限らないぞ。他の部屋にもガソリンが撒いてあって、そこに仕掛けてある可能性もある。
いいえ、そんな時間はなかったと思いますです。多分レナは教室のすぐ近くに隠してあったガソリンを持ってきてこの部屋に撒くくらいだったのですよ。
そういやレナは昨べ俺と別れる時、明日の準備があるって言ってた気がするぜ。ってことは何かの仕掛けを昨べのうちにしてあった可能性もあるな。
それだけのヒントで私はここに芋虫状態。なかなかに意地悪な難易度の爆弾探しゲームでございますわね。
サトコなら見つけられる。サトコに見つけられないなら俺にも無理だろうな。だから俺はサトコを信じて全部をかけるぜ。
サトコならできます。レナを救うためにも見つけ出してほしいのです。
仕方ありませんわね。本気の私の前にはレナさんのトラップなんて問題にもならないことを証明して差し上げてみせましたよ。
さあもう一度聞くぜ。この部屋を爆発させるなら次元発火装置をどこに仕掛ける？
Satoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate.
Na 何ですかあんたたちは。
どきたまえ。ここの責任者は誰だね。
Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okinomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside.
おや、これは。お久しぶりですね。県警本部の大高くんじゃありませんか。
言葉を慎みたまえ。もう君にくんと呼ばれる階級ではない。
何かご用ですかね、大高くん。今非常に立て込んでいます。まさか県警がこの現場を乗っ取ろうつもりで？誰の了解で？
私が許可した、大石君。
所長。
高杉君から事情は聞いている。君がまいた種だという話も聞いているぞ。君はもう下がって、あとは機動隊に任せるんだ。
機動隊って。大高君、あんたまさか吸収する気ですか？
危険は重々承知だ。だがもう爆発まで時間がない。君が時間を浪費しすぎたのだ。その尻拭いを我々がしようというんだ。
He was trying his best, man.
君らは引き継いで後方に下がりたまえ。
I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order.
おいさん、何者っすかあいつは。
大高くん。昔麻雀がくっそ弱いくせに生きがってたからちょいと叩き潰してやったことがありましてね。それともあれかな、 剣道大会で偉そうにしてやがったから面食らわして失神させたのを根に持ってるのかな。
Obviously we didn't get
大
along.
石君、現在の最新の状況を説明したまえ。
あんた本気で突入する気で？こっちはもうすぐ睡眠薬で穏便に決着がつけられそうなんだ。それをひっくり返す機会。
もう遅すぎる。あと1時間あったらその手も検討できたな。突入は府警の専門部隊が担当する。君はバックアップに回りたまえ。
所長、あんた分かってますよね。あの教室は今や巨大な爆弾なんです。だが一番恐ろしい爆弾は教室じゃない。犯人のリュウグウレナ本人なんです。我々はようやくそれをなだめ、穏便に解決する手順を踏み、それを実行しようとしています。時間は確かにもう10分もない。でも必ず成功させてみせます。講習は私が自らやります。ダメなら私が粉々に吹っ飛んでおしまいです。首相たちは離れてそれを見てざまあみろと思ってればいい。
大石君、府警の専門部隊はただの機動隊じゃないぞ。第二機動隊といえば君ほどの男なら噂くらい聞いてるだろ
う。なんすか大石さん、第二機動隊って有名なんですか
？5年くらい前だっけ、空港の飛行機に犯人が立てこもった事件があったでしょう。あれをきっかけに東京と大阪にハイジャック専門の特殊部隊が組織されたって噂は聞いてましたがね。実在してましたか。
でもなんだって府警の機動隊がこんなところに。
Otaka smiled proudly.
たまたま県警機動隊との交流訓練があってね、特別に応援を要請したのだよ。
相変わらずですね。話をすぐ派手にしたがるその癖は。
Company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen.
大高君、あんた学校で銃撃戦をやる気かい？一発で大爆発を起こすぞ。
That's what I was gonna say. Guns are the worst thing you want.
安心したまえ。突入犯が使うのは火器じゃない。ボート鎮圧用のガス銃だ。高圧ガスで催涙ガスを噴出する。何の問題もない。
へえ、そりゃあ便利な水鉄砲があったもんで。ところでそのおもちゃは校庭を横断して教室まで届くほど便利なものなんで。
それは君が心配することではない。あとは我々に任せて下がりたまえ。
As I lifted my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose.
今のは前原圭一を呼び出すサインですか？
ねえ、そうです。前原君が気づいてくれるのに祈るしかない。
今さら彼に何を？
連中は多分グレネードか何かでガラスをぶち抜いてガス弾を教室に撃ち込んでその隙に突入しようってつもりでしょう。
But wouldn't the grenade set off the explosion too?
連中はリュウグウレナを甘く見てる。彼女は本気だ。ガラスの割れる音でもライターをためらわず点火する。
特殊部隊には制圧できないってことですか？
できないに決まってるだろう。だから今まで慎重にやってきたんじゃないの。リュウグウレナは初めから死ぬつもりなんだよ。命が惜しくない奴に突入なんて意味がないんだよ。
True.
前原さんしかいない。
大石さん、繋がりました。
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてたら咳払いお願いします。緊急の話があります。聞いてください。
どうせ悪い話だろ。
悔しいですが、県警が介入してきてお膳立てをひっくり返すつもりです。特殊部隊が校舎に突入しようとしています。
おいおい、護身用スプレーでひるませてもその1秒で点火されちまうってんで、俺はずっと抑えてきたんだぜ。突入なんてそんなの無理に決まってるだろ。
県警はリュウグウさんがすでに死ぬ気であることを理解していません。ライターは脅しで点火するわけないと高をくくっています。
You can't take that chance.
多分 5分以内に突入するでしょう。突入する前になんとか竜宮レナからライターを奪ってください。
それは次元破壊装置を何とかしろというオーダーに追加で？
ねえ、そうです。
マジかよ。あと5分でレナからライターを奪って次元破壊装置もどうにかやってくれるぜ。
あなただけが頼りなんです。頼みます。
どうですか、サトコ。思いつきますですか？1階の廊下だけが知りたいんですの。そこにあるかないか。レナさんの行動パターンから考えて、1階ならあそこ、2階ならあそこ。
1階の廊下をコードが横断してないかざっと見ればいいんだな。
多分あるはず。普段のレナさんなら断言できますけど、今のレナさんはノイズだらけで行動パターンが読み切れませんわ。
よし、任せろ。もう悩むにも時間が足りねえよ。最後の2択は俺が直接探る。
I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell, I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything. Then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
何？どうしたの、ケイチ君？
いや、今音が聞こえなかったか
？Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. When she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
本当に？ケイチ君。
ああ、聞き間違いじゃない。
I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing.
ケイチ君、見てきて。
Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips.
ああ、わかった。
Rena watched me go out to the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
レナを怒らせちゃ嫌だよ。
信用しろ。俺はレナの仲間だ。
うん。信じるよ。信じるから。裏切っちゃ嫌だからね。
After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise?
大丈夫なのですよ。ケイチならきっと見つけてくれますのです。レナさんならいつものレナさんより疑り深いレナさんならどこにどう仕掛けますの？この程度がわからなくてレナさんのトラップで最後なんて北条聡子一生の恥ですわ。
なんだこれ。
I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the floor to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tripped over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. Carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there.
見つけた!
The time bomb. So all I'd have to do was unplug the cord. Picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kumagai calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock, but this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one, so I looked at the extension cord and there was nothing plugged into it. Eh? What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? She played you. That's what happened.
いけないケイチさん、逃げて！
サトコ？
それは違うんですの。騙された。
Black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so sudden that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground.
どうして圭一君は延長コードをたどって目覚まし時計なんか持ってるのかな？
All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Reina's trap. Reina was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was something connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord. Picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me.
待て、レナ。
圭一君のこと信じてたのに。ひどいよ、圭一君。
Reina hit me with the back side of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. This time she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead, it would split my entire head open. Reina lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Reina from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Reina started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Reina. Reina knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around us tightly. Use the pepper spray! Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Reina was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both of my hands to get at the lighter. The lighter flew out of Reina's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. The same moment I did, Reina managed to shake off Rika-chan. There's our chance. I turned in Toko's direction. I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Reina had hidden the time bomb. I wanted to catch Reina, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead.
Keiichi, 早くSatokoのところへ行くのです。
Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Reina's path forward.
バカなことはやめて逃げろ。
Keiichi, これは初めてではないのですよ。覚えていないのですか？
え？
前の時、僕にあとわずかの頑張りがあれば、圭一は間に合ったのです。今度こそ間に合わせる。だから言ってなのです。
I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Reina and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so I will depend on my friend Rika-chan.
Rika-chan!
Keiichi-san! もう時間が!
Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came even closer.
すごいよ。これは部活じゃないんだよ。リカちゃんは殺されちゃうよ。怒ったレナにきっと殺されちゃう。へえ、私が怖くないんだ。リカちゃんすごいよ。
Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Reina that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave. Reina was even startled by it.
すごいね。殺されるのが怖くないんだ。
Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way.
この私が死を恐れるとでも。幾百の死の山脈を越えてきたこの私が今さら何を恐れるというのか。
君リカちゃんじゃないね。あの夜に出会ったリカちゃんもどきの方だね。正体を表したな、宇宙人め。
本物のリカちゃんをどこへやった？本物のリカ、ここにいるわよ。
みぱー
みぱー。
ああ、その小バカにしたところは間違いなくリカちゃんだね。そう、お社様は宇宙人だった。フルデ家はその末裔で宇宙人の直系の一族だもんね。脳みそを叩き割って中の寄生虫を引きずり出してやるからね。
She's lost her damn mind. Rena raised her hatchet and charged Eureka with a scream. Rena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, prepared to counterattack. She did that with no
あい
hesitation.
にくね。1分も稼げれば十分なの。遊んであげるわ。おいで、ナタ女。
いいですの、ケイチさん。すべてのヒントと答えはもう朝の時にありましたの。
落ち着け、佐藤。俺に分かるように話せ。つまりどういうことなんだ。
It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do.
ねえ、今日は臭い。窓閉めて。バカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
We had been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She hid it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where's the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. There was another hint other than that.
あれ、俺たちのボールがね。
The ball is missing.
王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was, but it was gone. That must mean that Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere.
レナさんは雨どいの出口をボールで詰めて雨どいいっぱいにガソリンを注いだんですの。どこから？ 2階の屋根の上からですのよ。
The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. It was plugged and filled with gasoline. It was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too.
じゃあつまり次元発火装置は
2階の窓から延長コードか何かで引っ張って屋根の上ですわ。
I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bombs.
そういや、リカちゃんはどうやって縄跳びを解いたんだ？
Very
ある
carefully.
ございましたわね。私は解けるほど痩せてなくて。
I rubbed Satoko's head.
みんなを頼む。俺は屋上へ行く。
As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me.
ケイチさん、これを。
なんだよ、まだ何かあるのか？
Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat.
ニーニーのですのよ。後でちゃんと返してもらうでございますからね。
The bat! Aww, it's so wholesome now that she's giving him the bat and he's not taking it and threatening to murder everyone with it. That's sweet. The metal bat fit right into my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother, Satoshi. That's what she just said. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I were the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. Let's do it. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan. You held out as long as you could.
くそなのです。身体年齢があと5つもあれば。さあ、次は圭一くんだよ。
やべえ。とにかく上だ。今は屋根の上だ。よく
気づいたね。よく気づいたね。でもさせるもんか。
Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. It didn't have enough time to put in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped and then had 3 buckets fall on her head, the result of Satoka's trap. Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture.
なかなかの線を言ってましたけど、まだまだこの私とトラップ勝負をするのは3億5000光年くらい早くてでございましたよ。さとこちゃん、光年は距離だよ。
Smash. The fourth bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rena ignored Satoko and ran after me.
おいさんか。やったぞ。ライターは奪った。次元破壊装置も分かってる。屋根の上、雨どいの中だ。今抑えに行ってる。
おいさん、まさかあれじゃ。
Rishi grabbed the pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the second floor window. So obvious, but they didn't even notice until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck.
みんな、私はいいから早く逃げて。
あら、ミオンさんらしくもない。こういう瞬間でも我が部の部長らしくあるべきではございません。部長はただ一言、こいつを外せと命令遊ばされれば結構ですのよ。
Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion.
みんなは全部のカーテンを開けて窓を全部開けたら外へ駆け出すこと。
委員長、前原さんはどうするんです？
ケイちゃんは警察が助けてくれるから。みんなはとにかく一刻も早くここから逃げて。ってもう外したの？
北条聡子にとってU字ロックの U はこんなの楽勝の U でございましたよ。
The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open as well as all the windows. The children in turn were all running out into the schoolyard. Rishi pushed Otaka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it.
全班突入しろ！突入！人質を全員確保しろ！犯人は人質1名を追って2階へ上がったもよ！
こら！何の真似だね！大石君、無線を返したもん。
Otaka tried to grab the radio from Rishi, but Kumagai stepped in. There was a dull noise and Otaka crumpled to the floor, convulsing.
すみませんです。膝がたまたまきれいに入っちゃったっすね。
教室内にはまだガソリンが充満してるぞ。十分に注意しろ。ガス弾や閃光弾の類の使用は禁ずる。繰り返す。ガス弾、閃光弾の使用は禁ずる。大爆発するぞ。 か？扉を打ち破れないですかね？
教室真正面です。ガソリン臭濃厚。火災に着火の恐れあり。指示を待ちます。
くそ、ブレーカーを落とせば上がりだと思ったのにな。電源室は放棄。2階部分を制圧されたし。大高君、電源室確保失敗時はどうするつもりだったんです？
それに失敗しないための特殊部隊だ。
これだから坊ちゃん育ちは。あとは時計のコンセントを抑えるしかないか。
狙撃範囲より HQ へ。1階屋根部分に男子人質1名を発見しました。
おいさん、前原君です。
スピーカーを貸せ。前原さん、時計の電源は2階の奥の部屋。
I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof on the second floor and get the clock from there.
前原さん、そのまま2階の誘導します。
Uishi-san was telling me to go further up. Stoko only told me that it was on the roof of the second floor. She didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal. But maybe Uishi-san found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I had never felt so light. Felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers.
そのまままっすぐ走って雨どいの一番奥。時間がない。あと30秒。
30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half of that. Over there. What was that? It was.
ああ、撃てたら撃ちたいけど、それ実
Yeah,
弾で
that's
すよ
gonna set
ね。
everything on fire.
実は狙撃銃タイプの催涙ガス銃とかそういうことだったりしません？
Yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
そういうのは軍隊で使ってくださいよ。日本の警察には必要ないですね。前原さん、追ってきてます。急いで、追い詰められる。
How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? I slid down the rooftop and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Yay! You did it! Keiichi, you did it!
Yes!
Yes! Damn, what a hero. Look at this guy go.
前原さん、やった。
圭一さんはちょっとハラハラさせすぎですわね。余裕がないのはエレガントではありませんでしたよ。
Not only policemen, but the children who were on their way to ambulances raised their voices in cheer.
おいさん、消防からっす。現場は依然危険度最大につき、突入犯全員の即時退却を進言しています。
時限発火装置はもうないのに？
発火装置がなくても危険度は最大級の現場だそうです。
But how's he gonna get down? That's the question.
これ以上は突入犯全員の生命に危険があります。
くそ、屋上の前原君をどうしよう。2階屋根ならな。
おいさん、図面では校舎下に花壇があります。そこへ飛び降りるように誘導しましょ
う。おいしより突入中の全隊へ。作戦中止。退却せよ、退却せよ。聞こえますか、前原さん。それから竜宮さんも、もうそこは危険です。いつ爆発するかわからない。校舎の下に花壇があります。
花壇だって？畜生、ここからじゃよくわかんねえってのによ。
But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Ooh. Oh no. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there.
まさかこんなところに隠したのを見つけるとはね。これで全て失敗か。
Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed.
ゲームセットだな、レナ。
We were confronting each other on the rooftop at the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. Maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background as if to cool us down from the heat of the battle. I didn't think we needed the service yet, though.
そうだね。すごろくだったらここはゴールで、圭一くんの上がりだね。でも、これはゲームじゃない。だからここはゴールじゃなくて、行き止まりって言うんだよ。
負けを認めないやつだな。レナはつくづく強いやつだよ。絶対へこたれない、くじけない。最後まで戦う。そして最後まで信じるんだ。
こんな時に褒められてもちっとも嬉しくないね。圭一くんは私が最後の命を懸けての計画をぶち壊しにした。人類を宇宙人から守ろうと必死に戦ってたのに、それをこれで人類が滅んじゃったら圭一くんのせいで滅んだって歴史に残っちゃうんだよ。
I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounded kind of cool.
レナ、お前が何と言おうと、このゲームは俺の勝ちだ。すでに俺が勝ってるのに、レナが負けを認めないだけだ。
そうだね。そうなのかもしれないね。
でも、そういうものかもしれないよな。ゲームってのは、勝者が決まって終わるもんじゃない。敗者が決まって終わるもんなんだ。ってことは、俺が勝つだけじゃダメってことだ。
へえ、それはどういう意味なのかな。
I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come to me.
レナにきっちり負けたってことを叩き込んでやろうってことだよ。
I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies.
ここで白黒をつけてやるぜ。レナがもう負けてるってことをよ。
ふん。
言ってやるぜ。寄生虫に宇宙人？バカじゃねえのか？そんなの今時誰が信じるんだよ。だせ鼻で笑っちまうで。
最初から信じてなかったくせに信じてたふりをしてレナを騙してたな。許せない、許せない、許せ。
レナが信じてるのは勝手だぜ。だが俺はそんなうさんくせえの信じねえからな。同じ信じるなら徳川の埋蔵金の方が楽しそうだぜ。それでも信じさせたいってんなら、俺たち部活メンバーには簡単な信じさせ方があるじゃねえかよ。
勝った方が正義ってことだね。
そういうことさ。
Ren and I grinned at each other, and as we went around circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between
レナ
us.
が俺をぶちのめせたなら、俺も宇宙人の話を信じてやろうじゃねえか。朝晩 UFO を呼ぶ怪しげな踊りをして牛小屋にキャトルミューティレーションに行ってやら。だがなレナ、俺にグーの音が出ないくらいにぶちのめされたら、そん時は覚悟してもらうぜ。
それを取り決める必要はないかな。圭一くんなんかに私が負けるはずないもん。
Rena came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting
まあ
interesting.
そう言うなよ。意外にそうでもなかったりするもんだぜ。俺も部活で何度も激戦をくぐってきて、ようやく分かってきたことがある。自分ってやつをな。どういう時に 自分が最高のパワーを出せるか分かってきたんだ。
へえ、それは何かなかな。
Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon. My metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face, and I'm going to defeat you. Damn, you go, Keiji. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all.
私を叩きのめしたらどうするって？ほらほらほらほら！押されてるんじゃないかな。
遊んでやってるだけだぜ。まあ見てろ。レナをコテンパンにしたらどうしてやろうかね。これだけ互いにコインやチップをかけまくってるんだ。相当の支払いを覚悟してもらうぜ。
得ることの叶わない勝利に酔うもまた川山陽の醍醐味だね。圭一君の虚勢が痛々しいよ。
ちっちっち、分かってないな。俺はご褒美のデカさに比例してパワーアップする男だぜ。そうだな。もちろん俺専属のメイドさんだよな。朝はおはようございますから夜はおやすみなさいまでたっぷりたっぷりご奉仕三昧だ。メイド衣装は監督に全面協力を受けて日替わりチェンジのお楽しみ。おお、夜はおやすみなさいまで。いやー、今夜は寝かさないぜ。なんてどうだ。
圭一君らしいな。そんなのはごめんだね。むしろ私が勝って逆の立場にしてあげるよ。
We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Ren and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying, we could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, and yet this was so much fun. I had been mourning and crying all day today, while Rena terrified me. How did all that turn into this?
ってことは結局俺たちにシリアスは似合わねえってこった。互いの火花を浴び合いながらヘラヘラしてるのが互いに性に合ってるってわけだ。
おあいにくだね。レナはエレガントで上品なのが大好きなの。そういうヘラヘラしたのは圭一君が一人でお楽しみ遊ばせ。
Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it.
おった甘い甘い、全然ダメだぜ。やっぱりお前撃沈確定だな。
ようやく体が温まってきたところだよ。こんなのウォーミングアップでしょ。
はあ？ バカなりゃしねえよ。こんなのお散歩程度だな。お前汗だくだぜ。
お前は汗の代わりに血を垂らせばいいや。
前原さん、飛び降りて飛び降りてダメっすね。血が上っちゃってるようで声が聞こえてないみたいです。おいさん。
ごめん。
何をぼーっとしてるんですか。彼を救出する方法を考えないと。
Rishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rena and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable, but... why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Rena and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us.
楽しくなってきたぜ。どうだレナ、最高に楽しくねえか。
レナは最初から楽しいよ。でもケイイチ君の頭を叩き割ったらもっと楽しいかな。
ちょー、危ねえ。おらおら、こっちへ戻ってこい。足場を十分に使おうじゃねえか。こんな最高の舞台何度もあるもんじゃねえ。まんべんなく楽しもうぜ。
絵になるよ、絵になるね。私たちほら、いつの間にか月を背負ってるんだね。風が気持ちいいや。
It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of a school building, with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at the mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun?
なんかよ、こういう涼しさでこう暑くなるとよ、綿流しの祭りの時を思い出すんだよな。どうも俺は静かに夕涼みってのがダメでさ、月が出るとはしゃがずにはいられなくなっちまうんだよ。
All club members went crazy on the night of the Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year.
月に酔うか、なんだかかっこいいじゃない。私たちはもう月に酔ってるのかもしれないね。
ああ、同感だな。仲間と命のやり取りをしてて、そいつが面白いと感じちまうようじゃ、こいつがそうさ、ルナティックってやつさ。
Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true and maybe it's not. One thing for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens.
ほら、何をやってんだか。バットが汗で滑ってるんじゃない？休憩にしてハンカチで手でも拭いたら？その間に頭を叩き割るけどね。
そいつはいいや。レナこそ汗でスカートがまとわりついて気持ち悪いだろ。脱いでもいいんだぜ。俺は手を出さないで見物するけどな。
へえ。それで足に見とれてる隙にガツンとお見舞いするよ。
楽しいな、レナ。
悪くないね。
We flew, we danced. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. Rena and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows at one another. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. Battle with Rena in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched.
あの時さ、クラス全体の部活の日、水鉄砲で一騎打ちした時さ、思わなかったか？
実は私も思ってた。
もう一回こんな戦いをしてみたいって。
As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them.
あの時も同じだった。水鉄砲だったけど、やることは同じだった。
あの時より面白いぜ。今度は水の残量なんか気にしなくていいんだからよ。
水鉄砲じゃ火花も出ないしね。
撃ち合うこの感覚もないもんな。
We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other.
あの時も多分言ったセリフだが、あえてもう一度言うぜ。
じゃあレナもあの時と同じセリフで返そうかな。
We both smiled wickedly in the same moment.
やり合うのが楽しくてならねえぜ。決着がつくことすら興ざめするくらいにな。
負けても恨まないでね。
ああ、恨まない。この勝負を終わらせた自分の不甲斐なさを恨んでやるぜ。だがそいつを恨むのはどうやらレナの方になりそうだな。
どうかな。ケイチ君、足が藁だよ。
くそったれー。おりゃ
Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched, and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching the fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible.
ケイチさん、なるべく屋根の中央を維持するんですのよ。わずかの高みを生かすんですわ。
Sudoku and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, this is no longer a fight to the death. It's just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody felt they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering, she was just looking up at the rooftop.
こんなの見たことない。
Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win. Not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit.
狙撃犯は何をしてるのかね。人質に危害を加えようとしているのだぞ。直ちに射殺したまえ。
Otaka yelled into the radio. Mion screamed for him to stop.
違うよ。レナを撃たないで。レナはもう違う。さっきまでのおかしいレナじゃない。あのレナは違う。だから撃たないで。
違うとはどういう意味かね。見たまえ。現に凶器を振りかざしているじゃないか。明らかな殺意だ。射殺しないと人質が危ないのだよ。
とにかく違う。レナを撃っちゃいけない。もしもレナを撃ったらケイちゃんはあんたを殺すよ。間違いなく断言できる。
どうして私をなのかね。
あの二人は殺し合いをしてるんじゃない。ただ撃ち合って火花を飛ばして遊んでるだけなんだよ。見てわかるでしょ。そしてケイちゃんは語りかけてる。自分がレナと対等なことを。対等というのは一番信頼できるということ。ケイちゃんはレナの目を覚ませる。いや、もう覚ましつつあるんだよ。レナの悪い夢はもう終わりつつあるんだ。
Almost.
ケイチ君はやっぱり最高だよ。君だけは殺したくない。
I don't even want to kill you anymore. Well, thanks, I guess.
君がいない世界はさぞや退屈だろうと思うよ。
I would rather stay alive, I think.
Heh, なんだか照れるお言葉痛み入るぜ。んでどうするんだその世界とやらは。宇宙人の侵略があって大変じゃねえのかよ。
宇宙人なんて寄生虫なんてなんだかどうでもいいような気がしてくるよ。世界が滅ぶならいつでも好きな時に滅べばいいし、御三家の陰謀なんて知ったことか。
ああそうさ。たとえ明日隕石がぶつかって地球が砕けるとしたって
今この瞬間より楽しいことなんて他にあるもんか。
チェ、それにお前毒を盛られてて今夜で死んじまうんじゃねえのかよ。余命の短いやつがピンピンしやがって。
そうだったね。すっかり忘れてたよ。私は今夜中に首をかきむしって死んでしまうんだったっけ。
なんだよ自分で作った設定だろ。忘れるんじゃねえや。ほれたまには首をボリボリかきやがれ。分かってるよ。もう痒くなんかねえんだろ。そりゃそうさ。首を引っかくより。
私たちはもっと楽しいことをしているんだもの。
I wished it would never end. My body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gun fight. Back then it had been declared a draw.
今回はどうなるだろうね。
さてな、一つ言えることがある。最高に楽しかったぜ。
I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum. The noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. Silence returned, and the chorus of the Higurashi filled the air.
じゃあ、一度間合いを開こうじゃねえか。
そうだね。次の一撃で今度こそ決着をつけよう。
We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon.
じゃあ最後の最後だ。
It's been going on for a while, I would hope so.
もう一回確認するぜ。
なんだっけ？
おいおい、この戦いはお互いかけてるものがあったろうが。お前、そのために戦ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったっけ？ごめん、忘れちゃってた。
ち、仕方ねえやつだな。確認するぜ。まずは俺が勝った場合だ。俺の専属メイドになってご奉仕三昧の前にした。人前ではこれが私のご主人様ですってちゃんと紹介するんだぞ。
可愛い服じゃないと嫌だよ。
そこは任せろ。監督の完全監修のもと、古式ゆかしいオールドスタイルからちょっとドキドキな改造メイド服までいろいろと取り揃える。もちろん特注でレナにぴったりとフィットするサイズなんだ。すごいだろ。
すごいすごい。
He's really thought about this.
負ける気はさらさらないけど、なんだか楽しそう。
次はレナが勝った場合だ。
I paused for a moment.
レナが勝ったなら俺はレナの話を信じる。
Rena was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her face.
宇宙人が地球侵略に来ていて、俺たちの頭の中には寄生虫が入ってる。そしてそれを園崎家が暗躍してて秘密研究をしてて、世界は明日から宇宙人に支配されるって話を。あとお前は毒で今夜死んじまうんだよな。最後はちゃんと見とってやるから安心しろ。
なんだか私が勝ってもつまんないね。圭一君が勝った方のご褒美の方が楽しそうだよ。
仕方ねえだろ。お前そういう話だからわざわざ学校を乗っ取ったんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったんだっけね。ごめん、忘れそうになってたよ。
Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too.
俺は何しろレナのメイドさんがかかってるんだからよ。意地でも勝ちに行くぜ。
ブーブー、レナが勝っても面白くないよ。
なんだよ。じゃあ今から帰るか。レナが勝ったらどうするよ。
Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Rena spoke.
私も圭一君と同じご褒美がいいな。
なんだよそれ。俺がメイドかよ。どぎついな。
別にメイドさんじゃなくていいよ。でも他は同じ。朝は私におはようって言って、夜は私におやすみって言ってほしい。いっぱい私に優しくしてほしい。いっぱい私を楽しくさせてほしい。あれこれじゃ私が勝っても圭一君が勝っても私たちずっと一緒なんだよね。
Aww, that's cute.
一緒ではあるが待遇にえらい違いがあるけどな。
どうしてこんなにも大好きな圭一君と私はこんなことをしてるんだろう。
さーてな、どうして俺たちは屋根の上になんかいるんだ。何しに俺たちはここへ登ったんだっけ。
どうしてだったっけ。忘れちゃったよ。
バカと煙は上へ登るってやつだろ。
Definitely.
じゃあ俺たちは二人とも大バカだな。
バカ仲間だね。
Airhead buddies.
仲間だな。
That's honestly really cute.
じゃあそろそろ行こうじゃないか。せっかくの体がクールダウンしちまう。
そうだね。体が冷めちゃわないうちに決着をつけよ
We readied our weapons and took our stances.
う。私ね、やっぱりやめないってそう言おうと思った。
I shook my head slowly.
ダメだ。決着は必要なんだ。じゃないと終わらない。せっかくの俺とお前の戦いが終われない。うやむやじゃダメなんだ。綺麗に終わらないとダメなんだ。
こんなのおかしい。ひょっとしたらどっちが勝っても負けてもご褒美がなしになるかもしれない。
その時も恨みっこはなしだぜ。だから先に言っとく。
何？
楽しかったぜ。
私もだよ。
レナ、仮に俺たちのどちらかが死のうと俺たちは絶対にまた会えるから。だからまた会えたなら
今度は普通に遊んで普通に笑い合って普通に恋をしよう。絶対に互いを疑わない。互いを絶対に信じ合う。だから絶対に会えるよね。絶対だよね。
ああ、絶対だ。
Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too.
じゃあ行くぜ。
There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped. Ooh, that's a good CG. Jumped in the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. It must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadow dance. Rena's shadow hit my middle bat violently, and as a result, I let go of it. The middle bat bounced out onto the roof and then rolled to the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course she wouldn't miss it. I was lying flat on the roof and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided into two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end.
やるな。腕が抜けねえや。
ねえ、ケイチ君、もう決着ついたんだよね。
おいおい、そいつを振り下ろすまではまだつかないぜ。
嫌だ。
うん？
嫌だよ。嫌だ。
Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんだろう。どこで変になっちゃったんだろう。
Oh, poor girl.
私はみんなを大好きで、みんなを信じていたはずなのに、どこで信じられなくなってしまったんだろう。どうしてケイチ君にナタを振り上げているのかわかんない。どうして私はこんなにも大好きな仲間たちにこんなにも恐ろしいことをしてしまったんだろう。
お前、そうか、気づいたのか。この世界で
自分で自分が信じられないよ。こんなにもあんなにも楽しい日々だったのに、どうして私は何の不満もなかったし何の不安もなかったのに、どうして自分で壊してしまうような真似を。
レナ、お前はやっぱりすげえよ。
After I killed you and Mio, and I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believed that someone else was at fault. Until, even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin.
レナはすごいんだよ。 仲間を一人も殺さなかった。お前は罪を犯す前に気づけたんだよ。さすがだよレナ、さすがだよ。俺とは違うんだ。
Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet.
仲間を傷つけたよ。みーちゃんにひどいことをした。
後で謝っとけ。俺的には当分の間姉妹の入れ替わりを見抜けてちょうどいい傷跡だと思ってるぞ。
それに殺しちゃってるもんね。
ん？誰も殺してないだろ。誰を殺したよ。
マミやリナと北条哲平。
Honestly, they deserved it.
ああ、あいつらか。
あの二人を殺すことは正しいことだと思ってた。でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界はおかしくなっていたと思う。だということはあの二人を殺すのは正しいことじゃなかったのかな。
正しいかどうかは知らんが最善手じゃなかったことは確かだな。
最善手って？
そんなこともわからないのかよ。
I grabbed Rena's hand and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then.
何かやばかったり疑いそうになったり辛いことがあったりした時はな、
It was so simple.
仲間に相談するんだよ。
Yeah.
そうだよね。そうだよね。
That's so cute. Oh. Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
私が間違ってた。
Oh.
どうして話さなかったんだろう。なんで私はみんなを信じてるのに信じてなかったんだろう。
俺もかつてそうだった。だから俺は笑わねえぞ。でも気づけたならいいんだ。しかもレナは俺なんかよりずっと早く気づけたじゃねえか。
We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's what friends are always happy and why we can endure anything together.
じゃあレナ、幕の降りた舞台だけどさ、カーテンコールに応えようじゃないか。これで全部おしまいだぜ。
カーテンコールって何かな？
まあまあ、俺の独り言だ。最後だけ付き合ってくれよ。
We stood up together, holding hands. To the moon. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory.
これで今宵はおしまいだぜ。俺たちは惨劇に打ち勝った。もう俺たちは互いを疑わない。だからいつまでも結束している。だからどんな惨劇が訪れようとも二度と屈すると思うんじゃねえ。
This is the first time they've been able to turn the tide.
悲劇など知るか、惨劇など知るか。悪魔どもが喜ぶ脚本が俺たちが全部ぶち壊してやるぜ。
Good job, Keiichi. Dang. The incident at the Forest Service Field Office in Hinamizawa. Midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Hinamizawa, Shishibon City, X-Chrome, inside the Forest Service Field Office. Summary. On June 25th, the suspect, Ryugu Rena, broke into the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. She forced her way into the classroom of the local school housed within the office complex and proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect scattered around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time, but at 1845, several hostages resisted and fled from the building. At the same time, a special unit from Osaka Police Department's 2nd Riot Division arrived on the scene. 24 of the hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof, and after a brief pursuit, the suspect engaged him in close combat. At 1910, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties 4. All minor injuries. Details follow. Sonozaki Mion. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Furude Rika. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Hojo Sotoko. She fell and suffered minor injuries during her escape. He received minor injuries when he engaged in combat with the suspect. She disarmed and surrendered to the police in 1910 and was subsequently arrested. She was taken to the Okimiya police station and questioned. She admitted to the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined the suspect is fully accountable for her actions. The defense is in direct opposition to this and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. Interesting. Did we win? I'm not sure yet. I think so. No one died that time, so I'm, like, suspicious. Well, Takano and Tometake did, but, like, no one in the main group died. That was the first time they've basically turned the tide on everything. Okay, the demon's script. It's gonna be under extra, I would imagine. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sound of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of the year, but this June the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago.
ここはやっぱり空気のいいところだよな。
ええ、風光明媚ないい土地です。ひょっとしたら隣の村みたいに世界文化遺産に指定されることもあったかもしれないのに惜しいですね。
そのおかげで観光客がいない。実に快適じゃないか。どうして旅行者ってのは田舎じゃ交通法規を忘れられるんだ。道路いっぱいに横になりやがって。
赤坂先輩はアウトドア今も？
最近はさっぱりだな。何しろ暇のない家業だからな。
それはお互い様です。おー、いたいた。あやな。
Who is she? The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man.
小隊長殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
おう、今のとこはどうだ？元気にやってるか？今日は楽にしてくれていいぞ。こちらは俺が大学時代に大変お世話になった赤坂先輩だ。
どうも、赤坂です。今日はもう一人大石という者とご一緒するお約束でしたが、直前に検査入院が入ってしまいまして同行できませんでした。
よろしくお願いします。
さて、赤坂先輩、どこから回りますか？
His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built up through many risky experiences, and he had well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inokai, the then Minister of Construction. Yep. There he met Oishi and Rika Furude. It's true. That was Arc 4. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish this little information they'd gathered, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently, the seal on Hinamizawa has finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, though first stopped for a second and let them know his first destination.
では、鬼ヶ淵沼をお願いします。
了解いたしました。それではご案内いたします。
The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onigafuchi Swamp looked like now.
沼どころか水たまりもないな。
大災害後のだいぶ初期に埋め立てられたと聞いています。自分がここへ着任した時はすでに埋め立てられていました。
ちょっと降りてみよ
う。Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest.
なるほど。これがネットでよく言うUFO の着陸場というやつか。
そんなことを言われてるんですか？
ここの写真がよくミステリー系のサイトに紹介されてるよ。ここで政府と宇宙人が交流してたって言うんだ。確かにこんな森の中にポカンとこんなコンクリートの空き地があれば不審に思うよな。
Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete.
ネットで騒いでる連中にも連中なりの根拠があるらしい。地質学的に言ってガスの発生源を塞ぐために沼をコンクリートで固めるなんてのは何の意味もないかららしいんだ。
なるほど。確かに活火山の火口をコンクリートで埋めたという話は聞かないですね。でもまあ税金での無駄な工事は我が国の伝統ですから。
That's true. Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa, so people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened at Hinamizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone official named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained these documents, but they posted scans and pictures, which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. The scrapbook. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together, and it has become more like an urban legend. So this is what was believed to be mostly true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano who worked at a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 was most likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth of Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into Onibafuji Swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space and they began to affect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. Mio Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Yoshiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with a high advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. So as the village looked up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so when a carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, the symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onigafuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villages performed was realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien. Basically, yes.
そういうののマニアな人たちはつくづくそういうのが好きですよね。ノストラダムスの大予言だって99年にはあんなに騒いだのに、7月が過ぎたら何事もなかったかのようにみんな過ごしてる。民放もあれだけ煽っておいて無責任たらありゃしない。
でも高野美代は南沢大災害を予見したらしい。それは嘘じゃない。確かにこのスクラップ帳に書いてある。
そんなまさか。赤坂先輩、それ本当に？
As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on with the spirit of the deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of bacteria, etc., etc. Things got much stranger from there. People say that the disaster was actually part of the aliens' plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc., and they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed all the residents by using toxic gas.
映画でそんなのありましたね。なんて言ったっけな。
Oh, Men in Black.
この辺まで来ると俺もそろそろめちゃくちゃだなとは思う。ただこのめちゃくちゃを書いた高野美代は昭和58年の6月中旬、正体不明の開始を遂げる。
Is that they both died on the night of the festival, and we still don't know why.
そしてその死の直前に 自らの死を悟ったかのように
And she
村の
decided
一
to
人の
give
少
her
女
the
に
scrapbook.
このスクラ
So
ップ帳を
why
預け
did she
て
do that?
意志を託したというんだ。
That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Reina Ryugu. So now it's known as the Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Reina Ryugu inherited Mio Takano's will by means of the scrapbook. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the aliens' plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina Ryugu took Mio Takano's delusion seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Reina Ryugu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families and that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. Yes, I am off tomorrow. I am going to be hanging out with a friend in the morning, but it won't be, well, afternoon, I should say. It won't be till like noon. It was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale, and the very next day, the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred. The next day? Damn.
まさかそりゃ偶然じゃないんですか。
わからない。偶然ではないと思う連中に言わせると、
I don't know.
その後の自衛隊による封鎖はおかしなことだらけらしい。例えば、この沼の埋め立てが一例だ。
And then I have stream tomorrow evening again, which I will try to be on time for this time.
そして埋め立てる前に明らかに通常の地質調査とは異なる秘密の調査を行っていたとされていて、当時ここの封鎖に関わっていた自衛隊員たちがそれを何人も証言している。否定派はそれを単にガスの発生地なので危険に備えて立ち入りを制限していただけだと主張するんだがね。
それは多分否定派の言うのが正しいんじゃないかと思いますね。
他にも異常に長かった封鎖期間も疑惑の目が向けられている。近年に起こった離島の火山ガス災害の例を見ても分かるように 4,5 年で立ち入り禁止を解いている。南沢のケースは例外中の例外のケースのはずなのに封鎖は極めて長期に及んだ。
あのケースは島民が帰島を強く希望したからと聞いています。南沢には帰る人がそもそもいないんだから十分安全が確認できるまでたっぷり期間を置いただけなのでは。
あとこんな話もあるぞ。南沢を封鎖していた自衛隊員たちは定期的に血を抜かれての厳密な検査を受けていたといい、何らかの結果によって自他ともに理解できない理由で任務を解かれることがあったという。それは実は細菌感染の陽性反応を見るもので、自衛隊員たちをとどまらせることによる何らかの人体実験だったとささやかれているらしい。
それはやはりガスが湧き出す危険性があっただけに健康管理には気を使ったということでしょう。それに普通のサラリーマンだって年に一度は健康診断を受け、その時に血を抜かれてるはずです。
まあ君の言うことももっともだと思う。あともっと面白い話もあるぞ。南沢大災害時に火山ガスは発生していないと主張する連中がいる。
火山ガスは発生していない？どういう意味ですか？
つまりもともと火山ガスなんか噴出してなくて、ガス災害というのが政府の嘘であると主張しているらしい。ほら、洋画の人類と UFO がコンタクトする作品でも同じ設定だったじゃないか。
I forget what that one's called, but I know what he's talking about.
それこそミステリーマニアのこじつけだと思いますね。で、その連中は何を根拠に火山ガスが発生しなかったと言っているんです？
封鎖解除後、ミステリーマニアがドットを押し寄せて UFO 説を補強するためにいろいろ調べたらしい。で、連中政府発表の火山ガス成分によるならば、硫化水素によって金属が腐食されたり自然体にもかかわらず、南沢にはそういう痕跡が残っておらず、よって火山ガスが噴出したとは到底思えない
was perfectly fine. Despite the fact that he went down the river where, like, near where that actually, like, they said that this gas was coming from. So...
もっとも、あれから20年も放置された村なんだ。
Yeah,
そ
but
んな
then how
痕
did they
跡を
all
発見でき
die?
たかどうかは疑わしいな。
やはりつくづくインターネットというのは信用できませんね。で、まさか赤坂先輩はその怪しげな話を信じてるわけですか？
最初は信じなかったが、最近は俺もわからない。何割かは真実が含まれているかもしれないと思うようになっている。
赤坂先輩ともあろうお方が UFO 話を信じるんですか？
このスクラップ帳、これが本物の34号文書だとしたら、昭和58年6月25日に南沢営林署に人質を取って籠城した竜宮レイナが所持していた南沢大災害の混乱で長いこと行方不明だったが、近年大石さんの古い友人が県警の保存庫で発見したらしい。
Back then, Oishi thought Rain and Ryuga was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some of the contents seem to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes exist, so it still remains at a theoretical level.
大石さんの仮説なんだが、御三家が過去の信仰心を村に取り戻すために大昔の毒性の強い病原体を研究していたのは本当じゃないかっていうんだ。
I haven't streamed this long in a little bit too, and it's also later than I like ever stayed up. I haven't stayed up this late in months. His theory is also based on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamizawa disaster. That's true. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night Rain and Ryuga took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Dr. Irie could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some of the ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the entire village in one night. That's the theory.
ただのガス災害じゃないことは明白なんだ。ガスが湧く直前に一人の少女が最近テロを予告し、数人の村人が開始を遂げている。それをスクラップ帳にまとめた高野美代本人も含めてね。
And that was 20 years.
あれを偶然の予見不可能な災害だとするにはどうも腑に落ちない要素が少なくない。この34号文書を読めばそれらは明らかにはっきりしてくる。
The actual incident happened. Like, before she died, she gave Rena the scrapbook. And she had been dead for, I think, at least a week or so? I don't remember. Time is... I forget when I play this game how...
じゃあ、南沢大災害は自然災害ではなく、最近テロ。
He's saying it could be. In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, sarin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds.
その後の自衛隊の長い封鎖は、その殺人ウイルスを調査するためではないかと囁かれているんだが、すっきりしないな。
UFO に乗った宇宙人がって話よりは、カルト集団がって方が近年は信憑性がありますからね。
本当に UFO が墜落した可能性もあるかもしれないな。竜宮レイナが人質籠城時に出した要求の筆頭は、鬼ヶ淵沼の底には
墜落した UFO の残骸があるから引き上げろというものだったらしい。
バカバカしい。
それがバカバカしいか調べたくても、見ろ、沼はコンクリートで数メートルの厚さで固められ、確かめる術もない。地質学的にはガスを防ぐ効果は何も期待できないはずの
It's like someone was trying to cover it up or something. But why would they wait so long to do that?
赤坂先輩がそれを立証するには、あとはここの住民の生き残りを見つけて、体内からその特殊な病原体ってやつを見つけ出すほか。
それも致命的だ。ひなみ沢大災害後のひなみ沢出身者に対する魔女狩りのせいで、今や出身者の存在は不明だ。彼らは名乗りなどあげまい。
Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way ever since.
じゃあ、お手上げじゃないですか。
それでも諦めないのが刑事魂ってもんだよ。あれが自然災害じゃなかったっていう状況証拠はいくらでもあるんだ。何か一つの具体的証拠が見つかれば、芋づる式に全てを白日のもとにさらせるかもしれない。
まあ、あれから20年経過してますからね。真相はあまりに遠い闇の中かもしれません。
そうだな。21世紀の今頃になってここを訪れても何も分かりはしないのかもな。
What happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Mio Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believed that a little girl, Rika Furude, was a reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind this scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy, or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of this scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of character alteration which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety in its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Reina Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. So does that mean that Reina Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone? Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, it sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at the loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. What the hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? That's what I've been trying to figure out this whole time! 6 arcs in and I still haven't figured it out. Heck yeah. Alright, that's the last tip. I am going to do the staff room, but I am going to take a quick potty break before I do that, and then I'm going to come back and finish up. So I will see you all in just a minute. Alright, we're gonna do the staff room, and then I'm gonna go the frick to bed. Ugh. Hello, my name is Ryukishi. I knew I was close. 07. Hope you enjoy Play Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 6, Sumi Horoboshi. There are several themes I wanted to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder. Something I had to write sooner or later since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stressed, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. They say you're bullied. Let's say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You choose either to get rid of the kid from your current environment or to get away from the environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situations. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. You come up with the murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it would be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well too. But you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill them. So with the determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. If you have the determination to give up on your life by committing murder, there have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go to for help. The people who answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it's useless to talk to others usually haven't really talk to anyone. Have the courage to call. There will be someone you completely rely on the other end of the line. I wouldn't say completely, but yes. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Ryukishi 07 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. So Ryukishi 07 wants to talk to you all rather than worrying all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? Bitter laugh. 07th expansion, Ryukishi 07. That one was short, and I expected it to be longer, and then the last tip was long, and I expected it to be shorter. But yeah, I did it. I cleared chapter 6, y'all. I am exhausted as frick. That was a really good chapter. Normally I do my little, like, rants about what happened that chapter and how crazy it was. But I don't really have the time or the energy to do that right now. But overall, I really did like that chapter, and it was interesting to see them kind of, like, fight against fate. But it was also kind of interesting to see that the mystery is not over, too, just because they started defying fate. You know? I feel like it's time for some... Well, I don't know anything about Evil Dead, but my friend, Melspell is, playing that right now, so I'm gonna raid and then immediately go the frick to bed. But I'm gonna give you all the raid message. I know this was a super long one. I didn't expect this to be that long at all. This chapter went on way longer, but I'm done with chapter 6 finally. My cat is clawing at my chair. I'm done with chapter 6 finally, and we will be heading on to chapter 7 whenever I get back to playing this again, which hopefully will be next week, because I would like to finish this series as fast as possible. But, you know, life happens, so. But thanks everybody for sticking through till the end of this one. I really appreciate it. Go raid Mel. Send her my love. She's really great. A good friend of mine. And yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow night, Higurashi. Or not Higurashi. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And then I will play Higurashi again sometime soon. So, thank you all so much for coming. I will see you all later. Bye!